Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the German National Championships for Flesh and Blood. I am Derek Oswalt, aka Charmer, once again joined by my favorite compatriot in the Flesh and Pod space, Logan Peterson. Logan, how excited are you for us to kick off day 2 of the German National Championships?
Well, I'd like to point out that the Flesh and Pod space is literally 2 people, so great. But I am super excited, and that's largely because, one, we have variety, and I'm a big fan of variety when it comes to heroes. Currently, the top 10 heroes of this field are all unique, which is incredible. But the name of the game this entire weekend has been Big Number Go Burr, right? We saw explosive turns in every single match of CC and Limited to this point. We had a 30-ish damage turn out of a Vincent. We then had a 33 damage turn out of Synindra. We then had a 20, it was a giant presentation out of Dorinthia. And then the Gravy Bones turned the corner and managed to win that game after taking, I believe, like upwards of 20 damage in one turn after blocking. So we're seeing that Big Number Go Burr has been kind of the story here, and we're gonna keep watching that, aren't we, buddy?
Yeah, we are. So I'm gonna go ahead and transition us over to the standings. So if you did not catch us yesterday, first of all, shame on you, but also welcome. We're glad you're here for day 2. This is where the standings are currently as we go into day 2. We are going to have 3 rounds of Swiss competition today, and then after those 3 rounds, we will cut to our top 8. As you pointed out, we have 10 unique heroes in the top 10 at the moment, and then even after that, there's still a lot of diversity. We get our first repeat at slot 11 with a second Synindra, but then we go right back to an Arachnne Marionette. Then we get our first Gravy Bones repeat, but then we go to Vincent, then a Yarl. There is a lot of different representation. If you're watching at home, the empty box there is actually Arachnne slipped through the cracks. It's just hiding in stealth. It's very apt. But there is a lot of diversity here, and I'm glad that you pointed out the fact that yesterday, whether it was Classic Constructed or Limited, it feels like all of the games were decided by these huge health swings. So with that in mind, as you're looking at these heroes represented in the top of the bracket currently, do you think this favors the more aggressive heroes, or do you think somebody like Louise there at 15 on Yarl will be able to stave off some of these onslaughts?
So I see Luis at 15 on Yarl. I see Christian at 8 on Dorinthia. And then I also see, Robin Wagner with Ailio at 7, who's going to be on camera for us right now, versus Felix Krish on Levia. And it is going to be one of those things where the aggressive decks do have some uphill because of what is present towards the top of those standings. It's not free. The free matchups have all got pushed down a little bit. And then, because Dorinthia has a giant fridge and can then present damage right back that's hard to block. You have these wizards that have the split damage with Verdance and Ailio. And then there's also a Kano lurking in the top 24 in the 6-pointers. So yeah, the aggressive decks do not have it necessarily easy. And again, Yarl's lurking. They're hoping to get the gravy, but sometimes that's not how things work out.
Yeah, another really interesting story for this event, but also just kind of across the weekend, is we've seen the popularity of Florian really drop. Now, we do still have a Florian that's lurking in the top 10 currently. I am very curious to see if that's the more mid-range build with a little bit more defensive power, or if it is just a split damage approach. But there are a number of heroes that are really capable of just outputting an insane amount of damage, and that brings me to the matchup we're about to see. Robin versus Felix. Robin is on Ailio. We got to see Robin during the limited rounds yesterday, but this will be our first time on broadcast seeing this particular deck in action, and I am very excited to see what kind of damage output it's capable of. Ailio is a wizard, and therefore capable of outputting a large amount of arcane damage. But what makes him particularly unique is that it does require typically lightning cards to be played before the big damage burst. And in many ways, even though he is a wizard, he almost feels like a lightning rune blade at times, because you're playing some of these lightning attacks with Go Again to set up your big burst.
Yeah, absolutely. Robin's going to actually have to start signing autographs pretty soon, as much as he's been on stream. But the Ailio game plan is sort of the tilted version of the Verdance game plan. Verdance likes those big attacks when they send them, looking to decompose until it's time to start amping, gaining life, and dealing arcane damage. Whereas Ailio is looking to be aggressive, to just put the foot to the floorboard, burn them down. Obviously, there's the 36 health on Ailio, which is a small detriment. It's not Kano levels, but it is enough that it does matter at times, especially when you're coming against something like a Levia, and your deck is not the best at blocking. So this could be a burn them down and see what happens type matchup.
I do fully expect a very explosive start from Robin if they have a shot at winning this. And the reason I say that is because Levia traditionally is a deck that is capable of also putting up some rather large numbers, but it requires a little bit of setup. You want to stack that discard pile, get cards with 6 or more power in your graveyard so that you can trigger some of those attacks. But what also stands out to me is that there's not necessarily a lot of ways to stop the big spikes in arcane damage either. So I think what Robin wants to do is put the pressure on Felix before Felix can get a full graveyard, or kind of get that momentum going, and then go over the top with the big arcane damage spikes. If Robin has a slower start, maybe draws too many sigils, things like that, it could be problematic. Or if Felix gets a foothold and can get off like a big Blood Rush Bellows turn, for example, as you pointed out, all of these instants don't have a block value. Robin already kind of behind the 8 ball, if you will, because he begins at 36 health. That is the downside to playing a wizard. You very often don't get to start at full 40 health. So I think Robin really needs to have a good opening, a good consistent presentation of damage, and then as I said, go over the top before Levia can stabilize.
See, both players are using Mara Ferris approved sleeves here, opting for dragons. I wonder if we have 2 Dromai players on our hands. It is possible, as Dromai is no longer present in the meta, but we shall see. Equipment presentation is going to be very interesting on specifically the Levia side. Obviously, I think this is not a Carrion Husk matchup by any stretch of the imagination. I wouldn't expect to see that in the chess slot. The one that is of interest to a degree, I think, has to be, what are we going to present in the head slot, and are we going to present Scabskins? I don't think so, but Brutes can go a high amount of Arcane Barrier, and we shall see if that's what Felix opts for. There are plenty of blues in the Levia deck, last I remember, but we'll go ahead and take a look here as they get shuffled up and ready to go. But I think you're right. The explosive start out of the Ailio is the most important part of their game plan. They need to just get going quickly, put Levia behind, don't give them the chance to have a catch-up turn, because if they do get that Blood Rush turn off, it's not great. We could be in for it, and you may be looking at trying to, use Storm Striders to your advantage at that point in time to finish the game. And if that happens too early, you're not going to be able to finish the game very successfully with just a Storm Strider's turn.
So it is entirely possible that we see Levia present a large number of AB. The question that I want to pose to you is presenting too much Arcane Barrier also a trap, knowing that Ailio is again likely going to have some of these lightning attacks and the ability to still go wide physical?
It can be. I think that the Levia, in this case, Felix really kind of wants those attacks to be the way that he fuels the graveyard for those attacks that require banishes. So looking forward to not necessarily blocking with equipment, but blocking from hand for those attacks, and setting yourself up so to be able to take one turn of decent damage to swing back one bigger turn than they presented. So we'll see if that's the game plan. I did think I got a quick glance at the Levia equipment suite and there were scab skins involved, but again, could be that I'm wrong and blind and all of these things could be true. Who knows? It is 2 in the morning where I'm at. So uh, I'm not exactly the most awake, but I'm doing my level best.
Well, both these players are also doing their best to ensure maximum randomization. We're approaching the 5-minute mark and they are still shuffling. My grandmother would have said, you're going to shuffle the spots off them if I shuffled this much. But that's okay. They want to make sure that everything is all set. And now we do get to see the equipment presented on the side of Felix, and scab skins are there.
That looks a lot like AB0 to me.
Yeah, I was looking at that saying, okay, the disrespect is real, but I applaud Felix for doing this.
And as chat rightfully pointed out, we're not Stormstridersing, we're Lightning Greavesing. And it's time to go fast. That's it. Both players have elected to choose violence. And so we're about to see that happen right now.
Looking at the opening hand. So Felix does have the turn 0 Scabskins roll ready to kick off and has a 4. So
4 is pretty good.
4 is pretty good way to start this. Also, this is interesting because normally on turn 0, sometimes the idea is, all right, I don't want to send too many attacks because I don't want my opponent to filter their hand, but Ailio running so many instants, this is an opportunity to maybe leak some damage on turn 0, and we already see Ailio using the once per turn discard an instant to draw a card, so Felix catching some luck, and if it's another instant drawn, might mean that Robin can't fully block this out. Did find some help.
We should be able to block here for 6. Still gonna take a couple. Overall, not super mad about that turn. Going to go ahead and play out a sigil. That's Sigil of Brilliance, it looks like. So that's going.
I actually think that one might be Conductivity, just because of the squiggle. I think it's a foil.
Oh, it is a foil. Yep, that is a Sigil of Conductivity. So that's going to leave the arena and create an embodiment of lightning token. That doesn't make a ton of sense. But I think you are right.
Yeah, it's not going away, so that's the other reason that I believe it's Conductivity, because that's the one that has Arcane Shelter, right? So at the start of the turn, it would have, or excuse me, not start a turn, but start of the action phase, it would have had to leave and then draw a card. So I do believe that Sigil of Conductivity, and it just hangs out. It's still something that you can use when you're playing Ailio because of Volzar. So yes, the Arcane Shelter might not matter in this matchup. It's not necessarily something you're looking for or want against a Levia, but its ability to also just hang out is pretty important. And with that, we have the first attack coming from our Ailio player. There was the buff with the instant before sending this 4.
Yep, so we get a little 7 action here, and it's it looks like that is a Blast to Oblivion. So you can return auras with cost 1 or less, or target aura token to owner's hand when you play an instant card this chain link. So if we have an instant, we're going to be able to bounce that sigil back to our hand and replay it to continue to amp up on this Volzar. We'll see what happens here, though.
Yep, 2 cards still in the hand of Robin. And that is the nice.
Sigils, it's not when they're destroyed; it's when they leave play.
Yes,
you get their effect.
I was just about to say that, and that's the nice thing about the Sigil of Conductivity in this matchup. Again, it might seem counterintuitive to run an Arcane Shelter card against a Levia, but if they don't have a way to destroy it and kind of clear it, it leaves you open to bounce it whenever you want and then replay it. And in doing so, you also get a number of interesting triggers that occurs in Ailio.
In this case, it's an embodiment lightning, which go again is good on all these 0 for 4s,
Well,
it turns out.
So it is that, but it's also every time that you are returning it, because it's a 0 cost instant, it adds to your lightning count of cards played per turn, which is also very relevant. We see that die sitting there on Volzar, for example, currently at 2, but if we have an instant played from hand and that bounces and then comes back down, and then that final card is, let's just say hypothetically, a 0 cost arcane damage spell, well, it will be amped up by Volzar by 4 at that point, and that is kind of the game plan for Ailio. Send some physical, put him in a pickle, and then send a big burst of arcane. And we already see Felix taking his time trying to think through it, but I believe now that we're moving on here, we have the no blocks signal given, and instant is played. We have the sigil bouncing back.
Yeah, just a nice little 10 ball here on no blocks. So just take 30 or go down to 30. Get the embodiment of lightning in play. Volzar is currently amped to 3, or able to amp to 3. Volzar is able to amp to 4.
Did not have the 0
We're just going to
cost
call
arcane.
it good. Yep. Still a good turn.
Yeah,
out of Ailio right there.
Still decent. I think Felix was a little bit sweating, because if the expectation is where we were going as well, and you don't have the way to stop that arcane because of the equipment presented, well, then suddenly you're down to 23. And you and I have been saying this has been a tournament just headlined by these big damage turns.
Yeah, that's correct. And right now we're doing that same type of thing. Just here's big damage. What do you want to do about it?
All right, resolving the discard.
You draw a discard.
We wait to see if Robin wants to block this.
We do have Dominate, I believe, now. So that is part and parcel when you're playing some of these brute cards. We don't necessarily have the gas on Rhinar, which is, intimidating, but we do have Dominate on a pulping. So that is a thing you can do.
All right, Ailio is again going to use the hero ability of discard an instant to draw a card. A little bit of filtering from Robin. One of the things that I do think works in Robin's favor is that Levia very often doesn't have many on hits that you worry about as the Ailio player. So it really is just kind of that calculus of, do I want to use my health as a resource? And it does look like Robin decided to just take this.
Yeah, it turns out that the brute on hit is usually death, which is in some ways the best on hit. And I think that that's what Felix is banking on here, is being able to force some massive amounts of damage. And nope, it was kind of a bluff. We're just playing a claw. I don't believe there's any floating resources here, so this is just a standard claw for 3. It does have go again. That is relevant, potentially.
Yeah, there is still that card in the arsenal. So if Felix was spicy for whatever reason and playing something that would be coming out of that slot, I guess it would be up for consideration, but I don't think Robin was that worried about it. Comfortable going down to 25, entering this turn with kind of everything you want as Ailio, minus, that third counter on the tunic, perhaps, because we have the embodiment of lightning. We have a sigil already in play. We have full 4 cards plus arsenal, and we're gonna
another blast to Oblivion.
Yep, begin with a blast from Oblivion that has go again because of the embodiment of lightning.
I love embodiment of lightning. It feels so right.
Spoken like a true Briar player.
Well, yes. It turns out by playing 2 Nimbleisms, I get to attack for 10 with go again. Which, it's great. Nimbleism was a big part of our limited matches too. So
it really was. We saw quite a few Nimbleisms and Nimbies on display yesterday. So you are not wrong on that regard. And I think Felix is Once again, kind of doing that same calculus. You're not as worried about the on hit. I suppose one of the things that you are a little worried about here is your windows of opportunity to block, because the interesting thing about Ailio, with so many instant buffs and potential sources of other damage, right here you could say, all right, I will let this through and then I'll maybe block the next thing, but there might not be a next thing. The follow-up legitimately could be an instant buff on this and then a swing with big arcane or something. And so yeah, Felix, I think, is coming to the same conclusion I am, that sometimes if there's a window where you can block, you might want to start thinking about it.
Yeah, it's not the voltage that'll kill you, it's the amps. So you have to be a little bit careful, because as Volzar keeps getting ratcheted up, that's when things get dicey. We may have the combo setup coming soon to a theater near you from Robin Wagner here. Um, Looks like we have a somersault and a lovely London sink below in hand. Or no, that might be a sigil. That's a sigil. Um, so we're just going to somersault this Blast of Oblivion back to my hand. We're going to return and
Yeah,
then
this
make another Embodiment of Lightning.
yeah, this does a number of things, right? Because the instant was played, we get the Blast from Oblivion trigger, returning the sigil. The sigil creates the embodiment. Then the somersault also gives back that additional attack. And then I believe this is just a straight up fry.
Yeah, bag of fries, sadly consuming our Embodiment of Lightning.
But we are still going here, replaying the sigil, so the lightning count goes up. Now we're up to 5 when the Blast from Oblivion still comes back. And keep in mind, there's still a card in hand and arsenal. If there's an arcane spell there, that should be enough to pitch. We have the sigil, so the amp is potentially free. This could be a really big whack of arcane damage. And again, Felix presenting AB0, so not a way to stop that part.
Nope, not a good way at all to prevent the arcane here, because, well, AB0 is AB0. I'm a firm believer in AB0 because arcane damage isn't real and can't hurt you.
Yeah, we'll see if you change your tune when Comet Storm starts showing up.
I mean, what are the odds of that happening? Felix thinking about this for and going, there's another instant in hand, isn't there? Yeah. So that's going to come back. That's going to do that. That gives them pitch for whatever's in there. Ugh. Interesting still, though, that the sequencing here to play the fry. I guess I am not the most versed Ailio player at all. I do love watching the deck operate. I think it's very intriguing. But Fry having go again already, I guess without knowing the arsenal card, it's hard to say like what the game plan here is.
That's fair. I think it just depends on. Okay. So that looks like a
Sigil
Sigil
of
Solace.
That shall give the ability to bounce the Sigil of conductivity back to hand, create the embodiment of lightning. We've seen this movie before. Replay the Sigil.
And then again, no arcane. So
no arcane. I believe that is another Sigil of Solace that just went to the arsenal as well.
Yeah, there was a thought that if it wasn't another sigil, if there was arcane there. So one of the other really neat things about Ailio, especially with these bouncing sigils, is that even if you don't have the resources left in hand, when you get that trigger, there is that window where, okay, well, now I could just use that to pitch if I really want to take advantage of it and send all of this arcane, right? I've built up this, but I do appreciate that even if it's not part of the game plan, Robin keeps presenting as if there's going to be a big arcane spike at the end. That puts pressure on Felix to really consider some of these blocks.
Yep, absolutely. We're rolling scab skins. You can see the look.
Well, Got a 2.
It's still not a 1. It's
Not a
still not a
1.
1.
Not a 1, not a 6.
We don't use up our mulligan until we roll a 1. So again, we're just probably getting a turn here of just damage, right? Robin is sitting at a theoretical 31. So can take a hit. Again, brute on hits are mostly death. And if it doesn't kill you, it doesn't have an on hit.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting to me that there was the roll of the scab skins. I wonder if more action points were there, what path Felix was going to take. And the reason
always an interesting conundrum.
Yeah, I mean, the reason that I mention it or bring it up is just because when Felix was considering blocking, they very clearly held the cards that they did have because they had some line in mind. So it's a little bit of a shame that we don't get to see, you know, perhaps what the big explosive turn would have been, but Felix is just trying to...
I was sitting here wondering why I was feeling suddenly queasy, and then I realized that's a white-bordered Savage Feast. And that will do it.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Felix here is still just trying to make sure that enough pressure is generated to Robin to stay as close to health parity as possible.
Ooh, I see a Channel Lightning Valley.
I see one as well.
And there's AB0. Fun times to be had. I think this is just a clean and clear no block, right? We're just going to go to 22. Their only action. And just kind of let it go. Now we get a 5-card hand with all of the nonsense we'd ever want in our lives. This Glittering Charge is going to go again from the Embodiment of Lightning.
So this has been a really interesting matchup so far because it feels like both players have been like on the cusp of very explosive turns, but have just missed that last piece of the puzzle. In Robin's case, again, we haven't seen any arcane damage sent in the direction of Felix yet, despite having multiple big lightning chain turns. Volzar would have been deadly on the side of Felix. We've seen some scab skins rolls that did not result in enough additional firepower being sent. So it's kind of back and forth, kind of measured, but it really does feel like both these players are on the cusp of something big. And that charge is going to be returning. That's another electromagnetic somersault.
Do love somersaults.
Hey, this card looks familiar.
Let's do it again.
This time does not have the baked in go again because of the Embodiment of Lightning, but it does pick up go again if an instant card is played, this chain link. And as you pointed out, I believe we have the Channel Lightning Valley still in hand. So if this is
Solace in Arsenal, you have 2 options.
Yeah, I was gonna say if this is unblocked, I expect the channel,
That's
and
the
if it's blocked, then the sigil would still have got the job done.
All right, and no blocks going to 22. Okay, trigger. Go ahead and draw the card here.
That's a shelter. I was gonna say, was that a shelter I just saw?
So hand is Shelter from the Storm, Etchings of Arcana, aka Etchings of Elaine. And it looks like we have a Sigil of Solace in.
Yeah. So finally getting some arcane going.
So this will allow returning a aura with Sigil in its name from graveyard to hand, and 7 arcane damage.
And I either expect that sigil to be played before the drop, or yeah, I was gonna say, or I guess theoretically we could have the card come out of Arsenal. I think that's still gonna happen. The shelter will then go to Arsenal and we'll get a full drop on the side of Robin.
Importantly here, the channel lightning valley is going to go away. There are no lightning cards in the pitch zone. So that's
to be fair, have we seen Robin pitch at all?
why pitch? What's the point?
I'm actually very curious about this list, and I wonder if this is a true red line and maybe Comet Storm isn't even part of the game plan. I legitimately, now that we've said it, don't think we've seen Robin pitch once.
Nope. That pitch zone's been empty basically the entire time. Here's a Dread Screamer. I'll take these 3. Hey, what do you know? There are 6s. 1 Blood Debt, active now. Odd that that's the first Blood Debt that we've seen. Blood Debt being turned off due to the banishing of 6s. And this is just a red Dread Screamer coming in with Go Again. Yeah, send me the bill. It's fine.
Robin once again says no relevant on hits. I have a health cushion. I have a full grip. At some point here, it would not surprise me if that shelter gets used from the arsenal, if only to make room for it. Because if you end up in a situation where you have cards in your hand that you would like to put into your arsenal to set up a more explosive damage turn in the future, you kind of want to clear it. And again, with Levia not necessarily having a lot of relevant on hits, preventing that for now versus later isn't necessarily the biggest deal. But Robin's also not in a hurry, right? Has the health to still be patient at the moment.
Yeah, and you have the Sigil of Lightning, so that's going to get you an embodiment of lightning for any attacks in hand. I'm not seeing. I believe there is another Blast to Oblivion in hand, so that will be relevant this turn. For Go Again with the etching, another etchings in hand. And do we just maybe take this one as well? Well, I guess we do have the shelter in the arsenal.
I was going to say, so I think just,
shelter gets cover cleared. Up 4 of it. Yep, that makes sense.
I was trying to look what the double card is in the hand as he was flipping through. Given that this appears to be a bit more of a red line thing, I think it's the Consigned to Cosmos in shock.
Yep, that could potentially be it.
Which is very interesting because I'm not sure that the Consigned to Cosmos side gets used often, but even if you just set X to 0 and still play that side, it does help your lightning count as far as upping Volzar, right? Because you'd be resolving both sides.
Well, this being a Blast to Oblivion for 4 again, if you resolve even just the shock side of it, you're able to bounce this Sigil again to up your lightning count yet again.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
V0.
I was just about to say, we have this shock on half of a card, and there are a number of decks that I think would play shock if it was just that card, even without the other side.
Right. Yeah, just shock.
I'm convinced that this is a deck that has something that has resource costs in it. And the only reason I say that is because otherwise I don't know why Robin is running Tunic.
Well, I mean, it blocks one. I don't know.
Yeah, or maybe if for whatever reason you're having a hard time keeping sigils, I suppose that is your emergency activate Volzar.
Yeah, I'm wondering when we're going to see.
All right, so that is
become the thing.
That is, Sigil of course, the Sigil of Brilliance, the Ailio specialization, which when that leaves the arena, you draw a card. So playing the Sigil, having that resolve, and then now playing the shock as well.
Portion. I believe that is the Consigned to Cosmos shock.
Yes. It's really pretty in foil, by the way.
I mean, most lightning cards are gorgeous in foil. So now we've amped. We have three lightning cards for Volzar. Another sigil in hand. We can make a fourth. Instead, we're just going to etchings again for 6, which will drop Levia to 4 and also get a sigil back to hand.
Yeah, and that's going to allow 1 to go to Arsenal, 1 to still return, or we could oh yeah, I really like this. We discard to the Ailio. If you draw like another shock, for example, you could essentially set yourself up for a guaranteed lethal next turn. So why not dig a little bit deeper? It does look like that was a funnel that was drawn. Yeah,
that's a current funnel. Yep. Which is an attack.
Yeah, I don't believe Ailio has action points at the moment, though. So that would have to be saved for later.
No, let's just save it for later. We have an embodiment of lightning. 17 likelihood of the hand killing you out of Felix is pretty low. And all you really need is something that deals arcane damage at this point. Which we didn't.
I was going to say, well, I'm not sure that it's there.
No, it is not, but there are instants to discard to Ailio to dig. Plus, you'll get a card draw off of the sigil of Brilliance. But first, let's resolve a Blood Rush Bellows. Hit the odds. Would you like to do anything? No. Okay, let's draw 2 cards and let's get busy. Remember that time I said that maybe can't do 17? Turns out I might have been wrong.
It's at least looking possible. We do still have...
You do have some blocks on equipment.
Yeah.
From Robin. And it is a red pitch to play the Blood Rush, which is not ideal. You usually want to be pitching a blue there, so you have a free claw behind the Blood Rush. So I think we have an awkward resource hand.
And based on Felix's face, I'm not sure it got better off of the draw from Bellows.
No. This is definitely a turn where Robin's basically going to ask the question, am I dead? And if the answer is no, you just shrug. Because everything that you're doing on your turn is going to be very threatening to Felix.
And Felix knows that, so we get the
scabs.
Let's
go.
Not a 1.
It is not a 1. It is still an action point. That's totally fine. So we have a Ailio activation on Robin's turn, a Ailio activation on Felix's turn.
So here's another really interesting consideration. All right, we're gonna re-roll. Oh no, the 1!
No,
the 1, and that's
not
it.
Like this.
Because here's the thing. Yep. I'm pretty sure Felix takes Blood Debt now, right? Was there a banish?
Yeah, there was no banish. I believe that this should be going to 1 off Blood Debt. There's an arcane spell.
Yeah, I was gonna say now they're resolving the Blood Debt. Yeah, so going to 1, even without the amp, anything that just says 1 arcane is it. What a brutal turn of events for Felix there.
Oof, Scab Skin's doing dirty. I'm gonna draw a card. Is that okay?
And we're getting the activation. Looks like in place of this trigger.
just amping, just making sure we're verifying that this is all going to be exactly it.
Now, I will say I do appreciate that Robin actually took this time. Some people might think that this is like styling, but you never know if your opponent sideboards in something like Oasis Respite, for example, right? So just making sure that you're going over the top of anything that could potentially end that game before you get the fist bump. But ultimately, Robin is our winner on Ailio, and we got to see the wizard in action.
We did, and it was fun. I really enjoyed that. That is moving to 8-2. That's one more win for Robin Wagner. Should lock up a top 8 for Robin in the German National Championship. Again, that was just consistency over big number, really. But AB0, all right, you know, we put ourselves in that position to, as the Levia player, to say, I'm going to live or die by the sword here. Unfortunately, Scabskin said, not today. That is it for our round 10 coverage. Please stick around. We'll be back with round 11 as soon as possible. So please stick around. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood coverage of the German 2025 National Championship.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the German National Championships for Flesh and Blood. I am once again Charmer, joined by Logan Peterson, and we are getting ready for round 11 of Swiss. We are in the classic constructed rounds, and we have seen quite a few good matches throughout the tournament, but the one that we just saw was Ailio taking a victory over a Levia. And good news, if you like deck diversity, we've got more on tap. With that being said, Logan, what have you been so excited to see thus far in the tournament?
I mean, I want to see Kasai, but that's we do have a Kasai that is still in contention in the top 16, so that is still there. We also have the ability to see a Slippy that we've seen one already. And I believe that's the same Slippy that we saw already, but I'm not sure. As well as there is Dorinthia, Florian. So the top 8 right now, as it stands, is Dash.io, Verdance, Arachnne slipped through the cracks, Aelia, Ailio, Synindra, Florian, and Dorinthia. And we've even achieved a higher level of diversity now, because now we have the top 12 decks before we see a repeat in Heroes. And it's kind of still that wide open tournament, you know, and we have a ton of heroes and a ton of players that could hit that point of magical 9 win point. We have a couple of closeouts going to happen. Bino Nolting is still up there. Nika Roth is just going on a tear with Aelia now. Hanno Lunzer and Laura Nihus we saw during the limited portions, running an absolute masterclass in the last draft pod yesterday. And then we still have a Gravy Bones lurking. We still have a Vincent lurking. Kano is there. Oh boy, Kano is there. So yeah, we have options for whatever we want to see. Chat, I'm giving you, I don't know, I'm going to give you 20 seconds to start spamming us with which of these heroes you want to see on stream. And we'll go from there. And you know what? And Flesh and Pod, we say it all the time. You got to give the people what they want. What do they want? I got Yarls. I've got Azaleas. More Yarls. Oof. It's a lot of Yarl.
To be fair, we have not yet seen a Yarl on the broadcast, and Yarl is within striking distance. You and I were talking about how 9 appears to be the sweet spot as far as wins on the day to feel confident about your chances at a top 8. So far, we only have one player who has achieved that. Lauren, there in the number 1 spot, is currently 9-1 after 10 rounds of Swiss. We have 2 rounds left. So all of these players down through the 20th spot where Yorick sits are still in contention to get to that kind of 9-win magic number.
It looks like we're kind of split a little bit between Yarl, Dash.io, and Kasai, but I think I've seen more Yarl than anything. So we'll try to get the Yarl on stream for this next round. Thank you, chat. And yes, Tim, we're going to see more Ailio with Robin. I'm fairly certain that that we haven't seen the last of Robin Wagner this tournament. So that will be coming in short order. So yeah, I think that we're gonna end up with a Yarl match if our esteemed producer Firat can make that happen. We will attempt to get Yarl on stream for you and go from there. But diversity is real good right now. Granted, we've played 4 rounds. Hey, look at this. Yarl and Bones.
All right, everybody, you asked for this. Strap in.
This is on you, chat. This is on you. Not our fault.
Yeah, we are likely going to be in for a bit of a marathon, a bit of a grind, simply because we have Yarl, which traditionally is a bit of a defensive hero, can take a little bit to get going, but it's going to be specifically a Guardian versus an ally-oriented hero in Gravy Bones. And as somebody who's played a lot of Guardian, let me tell you, clearing allies is pretty slow when you tend to take one action per turn.
Yep, and also, it turns out that if you can tax Gravy Bones resources a little bit, that also affects things. So this will be, strap in, folks. You asked for this. This is on you. I want to make sure that you understand this is your fault.
Both of the players here getting ready. I am convinced that Louise there is actually playing Yarl. A little bit hard to see because the sun is rising in Germany, which is something I'm envious of. It is still pitch black here in the Midwest where I am located. It is 4:19 a.m. for me, and I couldn't be happier to be casting Flesh and Blood, especially. Oh, okay.
Okay, boxcars.
Let's. I was gonna say, I guess they're doing high roll. I was gonna say, let's hope maybe it was an even odd thing. Oh, and an 11. Louise needed every inch.
Louise Toffels versus Yoda Stabrak, and the classic never gets old Gravy Bones versus Yarl Vitrades matchup. A classic matchup, one might say, of armory decks. So this will be a treat to watch for a while. But strap in, folks. We've had a lot of downtime with a lot of these explosive matchups and big damage turns and go fast aggressive decks. This ain't it.
Yeah, both of these players have constructed magnificent decks for this classic matchup in the classic constructed format. Yes, I did that just for you, Logan. But jokes aside, what I'm really looking for here is, if I'm being entirely honest, pace of play. We've already seen a couple of draws in this event. Yesterday, we saw 2 draws, in fact, during the limited rounds, during the draft portion. So with knowing both of these heroes can take a long time with their games traditionally, there's a lot of bookkeeping with Gravy Bones. Yarl tends to drag things out. But then when you add in the extra factor of both players will not be able to likely advance their game plan, super fast, I will kind of be keeping an eye on the clock and the pace of play as we approach the end point.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if we're just going to block and bonk, or if we're going to try to be a little more aggressive on the Yarl side. There are 2 options to the way you build Yarl as far as that goes. We'll get to see which version of that deck it is. You being the Guardian guru in this group, if nothing else, where do you want to be? Do you want to be the more aggressive Yarl deck in this matchup, or do you want to be the traditional block and bonk deck?
So in this matchup, I think that you would like to be aggressive with disruption if possible. Cards like Channel Lake Frigid are still obviously going to be outstanding because of your ability to tax resources and things like that. I see the Coronet Peak here as well, which is another way that you can do so, but you need something to clear the allies. So if you have a version that might have Zealous Belting, Rouse the Ancients, or things like that, any sort of go again, which is typically pretty hard to get in Guardian, that helps. It also kind of helps that when those are working, both of those are big enough to clear some of the larger allies. But instead, we're gonna start by putting, oh, I love this. We're gonna start by putting a -1 counter, defense counter on the offhand on the compass. And if you're wondering why, this is to set up later the ability to then destroy that compass.
Yep, this is going to get real fascinating real fast if that compass goes away. This is it, and note the headpiece, Derek, for the Yarl player.
Yeah, I did point out it is the Coronet Peak, and that's actually a pretty common inclusion. A lot of times you're doing it with the standard Yarl weapon because it's so expensive to activate, and then it gives you an out if you don't have the full resources to play the pole or activate the polearm, excuse me. But in this case, it's also just a nice 2 block. It's an ability that could potentially, again, tax your opponent in terms of resources, cards from hand, etc. And Jonas here did start with a tipple.
Love a tipple. And now we're making some. We have a second tipple in hand. Luis electing to take 3. We've made a gold this turn, so let's bait a hook. Use the resource, play the tipple. We're going to sink, preventing the gold from occurring again. Man, we may be losing compass real soon here. That
Yeah,
does limit a lot.
That early crumble to eternity, putting that -1 counter on the compass is a very big deal, because it's almost like losing the skullbone cross wrap if you're Aelia, right? The ability to peek and have that information when you need it is really important. This mangle coming in because of the glove activation will be very hard to block. Kind of looking at Jonas's...
It's 8 dominate.
Yeah.
Like, there is a crumble to eternity involved, so...
Well, and going further, looking at the equipment suite that Jonas is bringing, there's just not armor there. So Dominate's going to be incredibly effective in this matchup.
And we do have a gloves activation as well, with Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain. And looks like we pitched an Earth card to do it. So this is also a mangle for 10.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so that looks like it was a second Crumble to Eternity that was pitched there, which is both Ice and Earth. So this should be a 10 Dominate mangle. And I have a hard time believing that Jonas will be able to prevent the crush effect, because it's 10, right? Even if it's a 3 block from hand, you would then have to have like a 4 defense react down. Doesn't appear that that's the case. So Jonas taking the full 10 and does lose the compass. It is destroyed.
Uh-oh. So that also makes it so that these allies played from Watery Grave do not have go again.
What a nightmare. And here's the thing. If we thought this game was going to go long before, because the Guardian can typically only take, you know, the 1 action or 1 attack per turn, now Jonas is essentially on the same restriction. But it's... I think it's more telling that the equipment suite here for Jonas having such, you know, few block options. I think this might end up being a game where we're talking a bit more about Dominate activations, right? That mangle for 10 was very effective. It's not something that's easy to block, and if that happens a few times throughout the game, could really add up. There's cards like Terra Sunder, which are outstanding for Guardians, but also provide that Dominate. And Jonas beginning with a tipple, but the Stalagmite is going to donate a Frostbite here to, again, potentially slow down Jonas's turn and mess with the math.
Yep, and that is... So Stalagmite you only want to use in this matchup if you're blocking attacks at you that are not from allies, because blocking an ally attack does actually not donate the Frostbite. So here we have a Frostbite. Having to pay for this chart, the High Seas. 2 cards, both blue. We'll pitch 1, go up to 5 resources, sorry. And we have a Give No Quarter in hand, which will reduce the cost of an ally, but the ally's not going to have go again unless they blow the Mage Master boots.
Yeah, and I have to assume that Jonas is running Mage Master boots for a different play, not traditionally for the allies, because you rely on the compass. No. So with having something in mind, don't think it's going to be the play here.
So we're going to play a Swell. You can tell Jonas is not exactly thrilled with the outcome of events, losing the offhand on turn 2.
No, it is very reminiscent back when I played a lot of Oldhim Mirrors, for example. or even the Starvo mirrors, any of those times where you could destroy your opponent's crown of seeds early through a very similar fashion, it throws off your math. When you rely on a piece of equipment to do something essentially every turn. Hey, speaking of cards that do that,
yeah, this is exposed to the elements.
this was exactly the card I was referring to. This was what you would use in that matchup. So we're going to expose the elements. It's going to put the minus counter on the boots, and now attempting to destroy it unless they pay the resources. Jonas does have the resources to pay, but again, that's a tax. So that is likely going to slow down what Jonas was wanting to do on this turn. And it does still leave those boots open to being destroyed later because that counter sticks around.
Yep, absolutely. It's exposing the Mage Master boots to being able to get blown up, which is very, very bad. Of note, Mage Master boots, while they have zero block is a block value. It is not a null value.
All right. Now,
Chat has been, yep, and there it goes. Chat has been asking if they are evil for wanting this. Yeah. Yeah, you are. Just want to, if you wanted me to clear the air with that. Yeah, this is pretty evil.
so one of the questions I'd like to pose to you is, do you think that Louise has something specific in mind by targeting the Mage Master boots as opposed to, say, like the dead threads? Is it just reducing any ability for Jonas to go again? The compass makes sense. Like, that is a linchpin to what Gravy Bones is trying to do. But when you have that choice, what's your outlook? What's your take on that?
I think that destroying the boots, basically, you're removing the combo turn, right? And I'm trying to think through, because I'm not as being not experienced as a Yarl player, as our Guardian player in general as you, and then also not having any reps in on Gravy Bones, everything seems backbreaking right now from the Gravy Bones side of the matchup. Especially losing the Mage Masters, you lose your ability to have go again pretty much permanently.
Yeah, and now Louise reminding Jonas that, hey, that frostbite's on your feet, right? You don't have boots on. You stepped in the snow. We got to pay for that.
So this gives us the ability to gain action points.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this a captain's? Lead the charge. Okay.
And so we have the ability to gain the next action card, you gain an action point. So it's a blue action card. Action card has to cost 2 or more. It clearly does. So that's a way to kind of give these allies go again without having to, have a compass at this point. But you really wanted those if you were in Jonas's spot. You wanted that to be part of your bigger turns with Mage Masters and, a couple, 2 or 3 ally swings in a turn, not having to play a lead the charge to just play a dude and attack with another one. We're just covering everything up. And now this turns into a methodical beatdown. Probably not even, okay, we're gonna get rid of, I believe is that Swabby?
Well, there's a Sawbones there on the top. It's hard for me to see what's underneath. And then,
yeah, the one that just got wiped off the board, I believe.
Yeah, that was a Swabby. That was a Swabby.
We have a Chum in play. We have a Sawbones, and I believe an Anka in the. Or sorry, it's a Whaler and a Sawbones that are in the graveyard currently. And now we're going to chart the high seas again.
I was gonna say, do the resolve. We're gonna crack a gold, draw a card, see if that helps. And right now, what I'm seeing in the hand is not, it's not what I would consider a high power turn for Jonas. So we are
Never mind.
we're flying blind here, and that rabble, unfortunately, very low power.
Reveals a red.
Yep. Still gonna get blocked though. And now the swell.
Mm-hmm. So I would like to point out that we saw this same type of Gravy is behind and probably can't win this game for the first Gravy Bones matchup we saw against Orinthia, and then Gravy Bones won that matchup.
Oh.
So it's kind of hard for me to believe. Yeah, we just play Olympic, cost 0. It's hard for me to believe that necessarily this is over, but it certainly looks bad for Jonas right now.
I don't disagree. Is that a Midas touch that was pitched?
It does look like it.
It does look like it. So Louise here, I think, is settling in, as has done the disruption, but was very comfortable blocking out that entire turn, and even did so with some powerful cards. I saw Channel Lake Frigid was used for one of the blocks. Pitched that Midas touch just now, which obviously could have been used to kill an ally, though you obviously don't want to give your opponent gold if you don't have to, at least at this stage of the game. But this is kind of signaling to me that Louise is just going to settle in here for the long haul and say, all right, I've created this advantage by disrupting the equipment, and as long as I don't let my health get out of line, Louise probably has the confidence that they can still close this out. They do have to be methodical and make sure that when they do have the opportunities to clean things up, that they clean up the allies. Louise has been doing so. I would like to point out that the Redwood Hammer is a bit of a departure. A lot of Yarls just run Titan's Fist when they're running that single hand slot, and that signals to me that this is a very element heavy version of Yarl.
Yes, I saw Felling of the Crowns.
I believe I saw Plow Under pitched earlier as well. I mean, we also see the boots also signaling more earth interaction.
Yeah, I also see Spinal Crush. So, you know, we're definitely a Guardian deck.
We are a Guardian deck. I was going to say, it's interesting. I feel like Spinal Crush is kind of approaching being better as a block card, just because so much of the go again has already been neutered. Not that there's still not actions to be taken on the side of Jonas. We're seeing these tipples. We're seeing, you know, gold getting cracked, etc. But a lot of the real powerful go again stuff has already been hindered. And it looks like another Plow Under in the hand of Louise.
Yeah, we have a Plow Under, a Felling, and I believe maybe a Blizzard.
I believe that is a Blizzard, yes.
And then we're just going to crash. There's no reason not to just crash in with this chum.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe that's what's happening, and they just had not cleaned it up. And Louise was trying to decide, do I want to block with these and then use the Blizzard to swing the hammer, or do I want to keep them? I think the goal here is probably swing with at least one of them. There should be enough cards in the discard pile to do at least one round of decompose at the moment. I mean, we know, for example, that there was the Crumble to Eternity played earlier. Oh no, we're just going to send Spinal.
Oh, we're just going to Spinal.
That's fine too.
Just Spinal the chum. And Jonas with kind of a heavy sigh, just, yep, that happens. Don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do different. And again, Louise just kind of content to clear the ally, draw up, move on. Looks like very traditional Guardian stuff here with Command and Conquer, a defense reaction, and Rootbound Carapace. This just might be play a chum.
Yeah, I think the question
Turns
is
out,
whether or not
give no quarter.
Yeah, we're going to give no quarter. I was going to say, I think it might be a question of whether or not you wanted to crack gold first to see things help, but we're going to give no quarter
we're just
and play
whaler.
a whaler, which might be pretty safe. I mean, if your opponent just used a spinal to clear a chum, you're saying to yourself, okay, well, they'll need something big. They're currently on the hammer, so you don't have to worry about like Summit coming in for a big swing.
Yeah, and you know, it does soak up another turn out of the Yarl player, out of Luis. Felling is not turned on, or even close to turned on. And I kind of think that Luis expected to be able to use his cards defensively more that turn. And now instead, there's a whaler.
All right. Interesting. We are activating the gloves, though I do wonder if this is simply just pitching for hand cycling.
I believe that's the case.
And then it's going to be a command and conquer targeting Jonas, because by itself it's not enough to clear the whaler.
The 7 health that Whaler Humperdinck has.
Yeah, 7 is such a nasty break point because there are so many things that just deal 6. You know, earlier I was even mentioning Summit, even when that's, you know, fully operational, or a Nothos or whatever, Sledge, all your Guardian weapons are still not enough by themselves to clear that whaler. You really do have to use an impactful attack. Now, I do see an Oakenold in hand on the side of Louise, so we'll see how the blocks go this time around. Jonas begins with a blue tipple.
And then we're blizzarding. So we resolve tipple.
Yeah, just
doing a blizzard.
Doing a little backtrack here, trying to make sure that the order happens properly. But Blizzard is targeting the tipple. Frostbite goes to the feet of Jonas. Again, not wearing shoes at the moment.
Yeah, Jonas has cold feet. I just did that, and I feel bad about it.
And then donating another Frostbite as we block with Stalagmite for the second time.
That will kill off the Stalagmite, though. I wonder here, Derek, is there any thought process here to maybe you just swing Whaler in this case, and going for the tipple might feel a little greedy?
I think that the plan was to eventually swing the whaler, but I don't think that Jonas was expecting to have 2 Frostbites donated there, plus have the blizzard that you have to pay for, and that really taxed. And I think Louise rightfully identified that that was the game plan and wanted to set up a way to clear this Humperdinck out. And we're going to see an Oakenold. You don't even need to fuse it here. You're just going to swing into it.
We'll take up Tunic first, though. That's probably a better idea.
That's probably a better idea. It does pitch a channel. I did see one channel was used to block earlier, but that one could potentially swing back around. I believe it's also a Felling of the Crown that is in the arsenal of Louise, and we did see a Enlightened Strike drawn, so that's one of those cards that does allow you to clear allies pretty well. You know, earlier I mentioned maybe Rouse or Zealous, but Enlightened Strike is also, you know, just an OG staple for generically getting go again. Unfortunately, is this another whaler?
Play another whaler.
Yeah. So the good news is if you just take the +2 on Enlightened Strike, that is also a nice clean for Humperdinck. So I really like this inclusion of the Enlightened Strike for this matchup in particular, because it's versatile enough to either clear out Chum or the Whalers, etc., with a nice 2-card answer.
Yeah, I should just be most likely just going to send an easy 7 at Whaler. I mean, Jonas having access to 11 a turn doesn't ever feel good.
Well, there is that, but there is also just the nature of creating inevitability, right? Gravy doesn't have a weapon naturally. Definitely doesn't have one now that the compass was destroyed, but doesn't have a weapon naturally. And so, again, I think Louise is just confidently saying, all right, as long as I make sure I clean up the allies, I will create a game state where you just don't have enough in your deck to beat me, right? That's all Louise has to do. If they can weather the storm, they will absolutely go to fatigue and just lock Jonas out of even being able to complete the game.
And then we just bonk. Lots and lots of bonk.
All right.
But here's a CNC.
Yeah, Conqueror of the High Seas.
Classic 8 go again strategy here.
Does look like
Cleanly
it's
blocked.
going to be cleanly blocked here using the 2/3 blocks alongside the gloves, which again, the gauntlets of the Boreal Domain there have temper and a 2 block, so not at risk of losing them just by getting the 1 counter. From here on out, you do have to be a little conservative with them. It's not like some of the Guardian gloves in the past, where even if you used them as a block as the second time, it's not that big of a deal. But these ones, because of their interaction specifically with Mangle, you kind of want to get your value out of it if you can. We've seen the 1 Mangle already.
That Mangle did a lot of work, by the way.
It really did. And speaking of a lot of work, boats are back.
Yeah, turns out boats are what's for dinner.
And unfortunately, the Winter's Bite is a 2 block. So in order to cover this entirely, that is going to eat. Of course, I was just saying be conservative. That's going to eat the Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain, the Coronet Peak as well, just to prevent this from hitting. And if I'm Jonas, seeing back-to-back full covers, that signals to me that whatever is in Louise's arsenal is an important card.
What a good turn, though, because he even got to send 6 behind all of that with the Rigor Mortis. So clearing the hand, clearing some equipment, still getting through for 6 damage. You know, it's still not looking great, but at the same time, okay. A little tip to the barkeep here. Get a gold kiss from.
A couple of tips to the barkeep here.
We're tipping away.
That last turn was so good that we're going to tip twice.
Nothing wrong with tipping your barkeep.
And I think that last turn was also a little frustrating because I noticed that Louise immediately started looking at the discard pile of Jonas. So sometimes you're saying, okay, how many power cards do you have left? Right? Because you have to weather that storm of allies. There's still 5, it looks like, they're waiting to be played from the discard pile. But also, if you're Louise, you're like, how many of these Conqueror of the High Seas are left? What do I have to get rid of here?
So we're playing a limpet hop along and then passing.
Yeah, that's...
So let's see.
I was just gonna say, that's the reprieve I think Louise was looking for. Finally able to have some offense to clean some of these up. Enlightened Strike first, I'm guessing, was go again. Now we're gonna have a hammer for the limpet. And then also it looks like just gain some life, some yum yum.
Yep, have some yum yums.
Oh, okay. The earth cards have been found on the side of Louise.
Yeah, we have located the earth cards.
And I think that's the 3rd whaler that just entered the discard pile.
Nope, that is the 3rd whaler, and that's got to be the one that Jonas has to really want to establish at some point in time, because you really need it.
Yeah, the whalers and the chums are, I think, what you really want to try to stick for as long as possible if you're Jonas, just because they require the most resources for Louise to deal with. But
And
Louise has
here I
been
think
very patient.
we're digging so that we have enough to Gold Kiss Rum, play an ally most likely, the Whaler, and then also play Chum behind it. So we can protect the Whaler.
I do think that is the game plan. So Dead Threads is now activated. Oh, interesting. We're gonna gold baited hook.
Looks like we're just gonna swing 11.
Yeah. Okay. I don't hate this either. Chum protecting it is nice, but sometimes a lot of damage is great too.
Yeah, looks like that's just the case. We're just gonna crash in and eat a hand. A nice little pivot there from Jonas to go, okay. If we can put some work in with this 11 power monster, then maybe we have a way to turn the corner. We've seen 2 Enlightened Strikes so far and 1 Oakenold. Is that correct? Unless Oakenold got blocked with and I missed it.
No, you are correct. In that block, though, was a Plow Under and a Felling.
And a Felling, yeah.
There should still be that Felling trapped in the arsenal of Louise at the moment. I believe a Rootbound Carapace was just drawn, which I think is kind of what you want if you're Louise at this point. We haven't been able to banish any Earth cards on the side of Louise, which means those boots are not nearly as effective.
Right. And this is where patience is going to be the virtue, I think, for Jonas. We have an Avast Ye. Looks like the hand is hard, some hard decision making here. We're going to just go ahead and pop this gold. Draw and discard. We've got options. Getting another Gold Kiss Rum. Now, do we play the Avast Ye here? We are going to play the Avast Ye here.
I was going to say, this signals that we're just swinging again. And I really like this game plan. And the reason why is because if you know that these allies are your equivalent of a weapon and you know that your opponent is trying to fatigue you, I think you want to get as much value from them as you can while it's still an option, right? At some point, you kind of just, I think, have to assume this is going to die, but I want to make them spend resources both in terms of blocking as well as removing it. And then on the back of the Humperdinck attack, we also developed the Sawbones on the side of Jonas.
Now, Sawbones is super important here because the Sawbones can make it so you need 8 to cover up to kill a Whaler. Which is vitally important.
Or you can just say, enjoy your windfall.
Take a bunch of gold. That's fine. And that is your last Whaler, Humperdinck.
I was going to say, this is the last Whaler. So I think in this situation, this is something that I also would have considered. I think Louise is recognizing, all right, my back's a little bit against the wall. I haven't been able to generate the offense to get here. Jonas is very clearly just committing to swinging, and I can't block out every turn, but I'm, lowish on health, and I don't want to go much lower. So I think that is a calculated risk. The Midas Touch is probably the right course of action.
Yeah, but it's hard to stomach giving 6 gold to a deck that is extremely gold hungry. But at the same time, it's the last Whaler. It's the last really hard to deal with large threat. The Sawbones play was great to try to fade those 7 power attacks. But
yeah. And I do think that the presence of the Sawbone is also probably why Louise decided to use the touch there, because there's a big difference between using an Enlightened Strike to clean it versus waiting for something bigger. And we have already seen 2 Spinals go to the discard pile. The number of things that just have a raw 8 or more on them is probably limited. Even if you found your Mangles, it would still also then likely require a number of cards left in your hand, and then you'd have to take a whack. So I really did like that Midas Touch. And we finally have a Felling going off. The Decompose should mean that the boots are online now for Louise.
And this should be, I believe we have the requisite number of cards in the Earth cards in the Banish Zone to make the Felling 8. As Felling of the Crown only requires 4 or more Earth cards versus, like the Florian abilities, which require 8.
And
all right, we're gonna rabble again.
We have a rabble
that's
we actually for 3 this time. So
it just gets blocked for 3, but it's still a thing.
There is that. Looks like it's getting blocked by a Frozen to Death, and then we're going to follow that up with another rabble, which will be blocked with a Channel Lake Frigid. So that's the second lake used to block. The other one somewhere on the bottom because we saw it pitched earlier.
That might actually be the third lake. We did see one pitch, but that might have been the pitched one.
I don't think we've hit second cycle yet for Louise.
It's probably getting close.
That discard pile looking rather large there for Jonas.
Real thick.
And we have another Felling with the Decompose here, targeting the Chum. Again, Louise just focused on making sure that these allies are gone. You can't be a captain of a ship without your friends. So Louise wants to, remove the crew, as it were.
Captain without a crew is not much of a captain.
And it looks like Jonas is officially in the dig phase. Does find another Chum. I think that's the third.
That should be the third Chum. We're going to continue to draw cards. We do have a Gold Kiss Rum available for Go Again. We have 2 Gold Kiss Rum available for Go Again. We're just going to be content to just play a Chum naturally. But yeah, we're starting to get to that point where number of cards, we're heading the fatigue state. Of note, the round timer is correct, and we are at roughly 17 minutes left in round.
Yep, we're hitting that point that I had called out earlier where pace of play, I think, is going to matter. Both players rather low on the cards in deck, but even more so, Jonas getting lower and lower in terms of allies left. I almost thought last turn when he was cracking the gold the way that he was going to cycle through all of them and then use the 2 Gold Kiss Rums to, use one of the Gold Kiss Rums anyway because it taps your hero to try to just play multiple allies, knowing that Louise can likely only clear 1 at a time. And then maybe
well, and that is the third Enlightened Strike now too. Yeah, so we know that we know that
the standings are back up. Whoops, production. Hello.
Oh, judges needed to take a talk, so we're going ahead and moving on to a small break. So there is a judge conversation happening. So the table has been paused, and so are we for the moment.
Yeah.
So we'll be back. We'll be back here shortly.
No, we'll just stay.
You want to stay? All right,
yeah,
we'll
why
stay.
Not? Hey,
I'll stay. You can't tell me not to. You're not my dad. You're not my real dad.
That's not wrong here. Let's just bring it back to you and me. Let's have a moment.
Let's have a moment together. A moment of togetherness.
A moment of discussion here. So I think you rightfully called out the clock timer. We had kind of talked about it at the start, where pace of play was going to start to matter. You have to clear out those allies. Yarl already wants to run the game long. Gravy Bones has a lot of bookkeeping. We are taking a break for the judge call, and they are going to be having a discussion, which of course means that there will likely be a time extension given to them. The length of that, I think, will be pretty important as well, but what I was noticing was the number of cards left in deck were getting pretty low for both players, but even more so, there were only, I think, 3 or 4 allies left in the discard pile. Can't imagine much more left in the deck for Jonas, which means if Louise can just kind of survive by clearing out those allies, not taking too much more damage. We know 2 Conqueror of the High Seas are gone. We could be seeing a situation where there's just not enough damage left for Jonas to get a victory if he wanted to.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it might have been all 3 Conqueror of the High Seas are gone. We know of at least 2. All 3 Chums are gone. All 3 Whalers are gone. You still have a few Sawbones and a couple of Riggers. So it's not like you have a spot where you're empty, but it's getting really low and tight. You do need to be able to make a board of multiple allies. Your opponent has played all 3 Enlightened Strikes, so Go Again is likely off the table for your opponent. So if you can establish 2 6-power allies, you may be able to cut them down enough to close the game, but it's really tough from the spot that Jonas is in.
All right.
But, that's what fatigue games are like, right? We're getting communications from production.
Yep, I was just checking that as well.
They're okay.
Yeah, still no word on when we can expect to be back from the judge call, but I'm sure, I haven't looked, but I'm sure that chat's probably on top of it because they don't miss anything, right?
Or rarely. And there's been some discussion of card orientation in chat and a couple of other things. So we'll let the judge staff get to the bottom of this if there's an investigation ongoing, and then we will report back with what the findings are. So let's just hop back over right now to a little bit of a break until we get a little more clarification. And once we have a resolution, we'll pop back on and we'll let you know what's going on. So please stick with us and we will return.
Welcome back, folks. We have come back from our break. The judge call has reached its conclusion. So without further ado, Logan, what did they have to say?
Yes, so it's been communicated to us that our Yarl player Luis has received a game loss penalty for note-taking gameplay error. So the official winner of that match is going to be
Jonas.
why am I blanking on Jonas? Thank you.
Congratulations.
Blanking on names really quick. Congratulations.
It's okay.
So our round 11 of feature match is complete. I guess. And so we will be moving on to round 12 soon. Have not figured out what our match is going to be yet, but we know it'll either be an Aelia or a Florian, maybe both. Don't know yet. But we will be back with our final round of Swiss before we cut to top 8. Should be pretty exciting. So please stick around. We will be back soon. Thank you very much for your patience. And yeah, we have more action to come. Stick around.
Welcome back to the German National Championships for Flesh and Blood. I am once again Charmer, still joined by Logan, and we are getting ready to go into our final round of Swiss for the day. After this round, we will be making a cut to top 8. We will know who is advancing, and I think we've got a great matchup as our last match of the day. Logan, are you excited to see a Florian taking on a Verdance, the kind of Earth Rosetta mirror?
I am excited to see a Florian versus a Verdance, mainly because it looks like we have a lot of winning in possibilities right now. And our top 4 players are all at 9 points and should be locked into the top 8. So congratulations to them. Uh, but we have a ton of gas sitting in the 8-point slots. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players vying for, shockingly enough, 4 spots. So those players that are going to be going into those 4 spots are all in winning in matchups. And in those slots, we have, and stop me if you've heard this, a bunch of different heroes. So we're going to be going down to Florian versus Verdance, Kim Shearer versus Christian Scheiber, and it's a Rosetta off. What do you think about that?
I'm excited. We're gonna see a lot of Earth, obviously, a lot of Earth and Glory, a lot of arcane damage as well. And if anything, I never thought I would say this, but I'm kind of rooting for Kim, largely because the Florian is potentially going to represent a new unique hero in the top 8. Hano kind of already locked in for that cut with 9 points and is on Verdance. So if Kim can get this victory, we'll be the only Florian making the top 8, and is, again, just as a reminder, one of only 4 Florians that was in the entire field of 130. Florian had been incredibly popular, had been performing very well, but has really waned in the last 2 weeks or so in terms of representation at these events.
Yeah, and a lot of that is just due to some of the more disadvantageous matchups becoming popular. Obviously, the Gravy matchup is not great. You also have issues with a lot of the Guardians that are now kind of back on the scene after new elements. So it'll be interesting to see if this Florian deck's any different, but I expect to see a lot of decomposing, that's for sure. As we have the 2 Earth heroes from Rosetta squaring off here. Should be a great game. I also will be kind of checking the back to see if the Kasai won their winning in as well, just for reasons.
Yeah, I'm very happy to say that through our 12 rounds of Swiss, we had 6 classic constructed rounds, 6 draft rounds, but of the classic constructed rounds, we had a new hero that had not been yet seen on the broadcast at least once every round. Yes, we had a Gravy Bones repeat, but at least it was against different heroes, right? So last round it was against a Yarl. This time around we have not yet had a Florian on the broadcast, so that one checks a box. And I just love that we are in this era of Flesh and Blood where we are seeing a lot of deck diversity throughout the entirety of the event.
Absolutely. And it's been really Gravy Bones is literally our only repeat. We've seen Gravy twice. Everything else has been a singleton. As far as the CC rounds have gone, which is spectacular. It's always nice to have that variety. We get to see a lot of different gameplay and get to see a lot of different approaches to.
Sir, put some respect
What?
on Levia's name. We saw 2 Levias
Oh
throughout
man,
the
we
event.
did see 2 Levias. I forgot about the first one because of what happened to them.
Yeah, that one did not go well for them.
Yeah, did you see that has already been memed as well when they got blown up and kind of had that got sent back into their chair a bit.
Yeah.
Friend and meme lord Summer Giles already got a hold of that one, so it became it's already out there, already got memed. Did not take long. Will probably be sleeves off of the Dragon Shield sleeve crafter hashtag no free ads sometime soon. So Yeah, that one I forgot about because that was brutal.
All right, both players taking some time to set up here, trying to make sure that they are prepared for this final round. It's been 2 days of action. They know they're on the bubble. This is the win and in. Again, we had some players that already reached 9 points, and then we had exactly for the remaining 4 slots, 8 players competing, all at 8 and 3, which means that those winners will be moving on. This is a bubble matchup, a win and in.
And yeah, this is going to be it's a vital and critical matchup. I have always had why does Verdance get to be why does the life game wizard get to be the only wizard that starts at 40 health? Like why?
That is a good question. And the only answer that I can provide to you is Earth talent supremacy.
My thought was feet. Showing feet on main.
Oh, the Marvel was taken away. I saw the nod. Judge probably said, "Hey, can we have some text?" But that's okay.
Why?
All right, let's take a look at the equipment suite here because I think that's going to tell an interesting story for both players. It looks like we have a Carapace and Null Rune boots on the side of Kim, so AB3 available, and then obviously opting for Arcane Grasp and Face Purgatory. Also does have the weapon that does make it hard for opponents to gain life. Could be really important for this matchup.
Surgeon Aethertide, it looks like, is the choice on the Verdant side of the matchup here. I believe that's what that is. I see Marvel and I automatically think Surgeon Aethertide. That is indeed Surgeon Aethertide. Okay. We're just gonna CNC with a rune chant. AB1, block 6, gain 2. Okay. Pretty good turn. We did see that that was a young Verdance model or Marvel, which is why it was swapped to the proper adult hero.
And we are gonna start things off with that Surgeon Aethertide. So if you're just joining us, or if you're not familiar with this particular weapon, because it's not that it has never been played with Verdance, but it certainly is not the one that is likely most associated with her. This is you pitch 2 and you deal 1 arcane damage to an opposing hero with Go Again. It's a once per turn action, but the first card you play each turn with an arcane damage effect instead deals that much arcane damage plus X, where X is the damage dealt by Surgeon Aethertide. Now, given that this is the weapon of choice, does this signal that there is perhaps more arcane damage actions in Christian's list, do you think?
I would think yes. This probably is a little more arcane focused. I saw a lot of the classic cards that you would expect, but at the same time, seeing Aethertide makes me think that we're looking at bigger combo-ish turns, more amp for the dollar. But first off, we're going to see some blocking.
Yeah. This is a Swarming Gloomveil. There was a rune chant that was also coming with it, but that was AB'd away, the arcane barrier. And then we have some attacks, both covered by defense reactions.
And I would expect this to be a bit on the grindy side, just to be aware.
Yeah, I would expect the same thing, and I think our players know it, which is why we're seeing this speedier pace of play. We have a couple of potions already down for Verdance as well, opting to just play one and then Arsenal and pass here.
Really good play pattern, very patient, and I think that's going to be the name of the game for kind of both sides, is just be patient. No real reason to try to force action.
Yeah, and you were talking about the grindy nature. It's really interesting because both of these players are also trying to likely get themselves online. Both of these heroes require you to banish a number of earth cards before their hero power really kicks in. Verdant's in the lead a little bit here off the back of that Rootbound Carapace earlier, but just seems to have a lot of defense reactions because we've seen a Fate Foreseen, a Rootbound Carapace, and now this one is a Sink Below as well.
So much yum yum.
And okay, a couple more Fruits of the Forest from Kim now saying, I can also gain health. And we are going in the wrong direction. So far, this tournament has been highlighted by large damage plays, and instead we just have players going above 40.
Yep. Everbloom Life, the play now, and then another one. Putting the Everbloom Life on the bottom of the deck.
All right.
And then we're just going to Aethertide.
Aethertide here. I do think that the use of Aethertide here really is just as a pseudo weapon of sorts. It's just a source of consistent damage for the grindy game, because all of the cards that I've seen so far out of Christian really have been traditional Verdance cards, right? So does appear.
Yep.
Hey, we have damage. It connected.
We took one. We're almost back to, no, we're not even close to starting health. Okay. Looks like we have a call coming in. And a wince from Christian as looked at his cards. So quick call here.
No, we're moving on.
With a Malefic Incantation. We saw this card in round 1 of this event yesterday, being played in multiples, much to the chagrin of a very sad
Levia.
I believe Levia player,
Yes.
yeah, that just ate it.
Yeah, that Vince that really set one off. All right, so the incantation is down. Rune Chant is on its way along with an Enlightened Strike.
For 7, I believe. I don't know if this is Go Again or 7, but I'm assuming 7. Could be Go Again with a Reaping Blade behind it.
I think Christian's trying to decide what to pitch for the AB here. Nope, just going to block.
There's no AB right now because the Rune Chant was made on the back of the incantation.
Yep, that's why he slid the Rune Chant over, because it was, I think that was asking, hey, is that sending it? Because the position made it look like it was on the actual combat chain, but properly identified there. Good job. And we had just have an Aethertide.
We're just going to keep doing this for a while. We're a parity again at 43 to 43. Oh, there's a
2.
Is that a Channel Mount Heroic?
There are 2 Channel Mount Heroics in Kim's hand,
as well as 2 Channel Millennium Trees.
Yeah.
And a Channel Mount Heroic and a Channel Mount Heroic, and interesting.
We're channeling all of the things apparently on the Kim side of the board.
Yeah, I don't know that I have interesting.
This might be a situation where some of these come in for these grindier games, knowing that if you can develop a Channel Mount Heroic and let it stick for a few turns, the above rate will force cards out of a Verdance.
Yeah, very true. What about the Rune Chant? Did that do anything? Or
that's still the Rune Chant that was created. They were just doing the Reaping Blade after the fact, so I don't. Oh,
attacking with the Reaping Blade should send a Rune Chant.
You are correct. And now I think that might be
what we're talking about here.
Yep.
Now you wouldn't create a Rune Chant off Malefic, but you would send the Rune Chant off of the attack.
I think both players knowing this is a grindy game means the speed of play is picked up, which is then leading to some of these. So we have a 3rd healing potion hitting the board.
Okay. So we have 3 healing potions. We have a Rune Chant that wasn't. And now we have a Plowender. I think we're probably decomposing this. Now we have the Rune Chant getting sent.
And then another one
Create
being
another
created.
Rune Chant.
Rune Chant is a bead.
Alluvian Constellus ticks up again. Plowwinder effect resolves. Arsenal's to the bottom. And we have not decomposed enough, I believe, to have this come in for the full mount. So it is a truce, just blocks it all out. I guess Aethertide? Nope, Amulet. Another healing potion. We get 4 of them now.
Yeah, that is correct. The Watery Grave a little less relevant here, but turns out healing is still really good, especially when you can bottle it up on the side of Verdance. And now the Channel Mount Heroic has been played. There is also an Earth card in the pitch, so it will be sticking around, and this is going to be a relatively large attack coming in. Arcane damage from the Rune Chant is a bead.
Malefic goes away, Rune Chant on the back, and this is 6, I believe. Is that a red Rune Rager Swarm?
I actually think it might be a blue. It's kind of hard for me to tell, but the dots look like it's a blue, and that Fate I think is a full cover. So yeah.
Go ahead and not there. Send a Reaping Blade. Another clean block. With the Rune Chant as well.
Yep.
Caught it that time.
Caught it that time with the blade.
Paid for it. There we go.
Also earlier when Christian got up, production has sent me a note. I think that the issue was they were trying to make sure they could pay attention to where the clock was. Yeah, because again, they know it's a grindy game. We can see with the pace of play, and they didn't realize that there was a time on a tablet right there for them.
Right, which is, kind of important when you can't see the clock. Here we go again, just sending a Surge and Aethertide. And now we're just attacking.
At some point, attacks have to happen. So this fruits, I believe it is.
Yeah,
not used for life. Sometimes we send it. Sometimes we send it. And Kim is our first player to go sub 40 at the 15-minute mark.
It took a while, but activate grasp. Okay.
Oh wow.
We're gonna decompose, I'm pretty sure here.
Yeah, this is for sure gonna have a decompose.
That's a big boy felling.
This is a big boy felling, but also if you look at the pitch,
we're keeping channel for a turn.
And this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, where I think you want to play these in this matchup. You know it's gonna be grindy, and then just send as many things as you can above rate, so that you can try to either get the health down or force blocks.
So we're blocking with a Warmongers. We're considering a Gauntlet block here. I'm still offended by that white bordered Stormstriders. So we're gonna cover 7. And blood is drawn. We have the Verdance below 40. And we're keeping our Channel Mount Heroic with these 2 Earth cards.
Still also have that card in the arsenal as well, so a lot of gas potentially coming again. We have the Channel Mount Heroic sticking around. Christian essentially just going with the arsenal pass turn. Now Kim has to figure out what's the best way to send as much damage as possible. Find it hard to believe we're going to get 3 Earth cards in the pitch zone, but maybe I'm wrong. We're going to start with this grasp. So
I don't think we have 3 Earth cards in our hand.
Yeah, I was just looking. I don't think it's there either. So
a 6-power Rune Rager Swarm with a Rune Chant that is not being represented. That was made with the Grasp of the Arachnne. So it should be a Rune Chant plus 6. Cover it up with a shelter. Take 2. Rune Chant apparently just never happened. Trot along. Yay!
Yeah.
An attack for 3. Block 3.
And this is, oh, okay.
And then send a CNC for 9.
A Command and Conquer for 9. Okay. We'll destroy the card. We'll get the damage in. Well done by Kim.
Great
even
card
with,
great card to get out of there.
I was gonna say even with the missed Rune Chant, but again, I think right now the players are both focused on the pace of play. But again, as we've said several times, Flesh and Blood is hard, and this is round 12. Right? They've been playing for 2 days. This is high level play.
It's also the winning in and nerves on camera. So there's a lot to be said here. Also very heads up by Kim there to attack with the Reaping Blade first with the Trot Along before sending the CNC, so that it stuffed the life portion of the card in Arsenal and just became a dead card.
And now we have an Enlightened Strike. Don't know if this is going to be just taking 1, so that must have been go again as the mode.
We have another Command and Conquer in hand. I think we're just going to activate Grasp and send Reaping Blade, and then Arsenal the Command and Conquer.
And I like this path.
AB1, 3 coming in, block 3, Arsenal, and pass. Wonderful setup, wonderful sequence. Kind of exactly as you draw it up on both ends. Sure. We're doing wizard things.
Yeah, okay. So energy potion, 3 healing potions. We have an amulet.
Effectively 4 healing potions.
Well, yeah, I was getting there. We have the amulet, but we're also playing another Channel Mount Heroic into a Swarming Gloomveil. Into a Swarming? Okay.
And we still have a CNC in Arsenal for a CNC for 9 on the comeback. Paying for our Channel Mount Heroic. We're demanding some answers now. We've actually turned a bit of a corner. If you're the Florian player and you feel pretty good about it, we're just going to gain some life. We kind of need the buffer now. Waiting isn't going to help.
Yeah, these channels are doing exactly the kind of work that you want for them. I think they are as advertised as far as drawing resources out of Christian. Christian has not really been in a position to generate any sort of offense because the hand has been dedicated to blocking and then just developing these potions. I'm actually very surprised that Christian has so many non-blocks in this matchup, but though I do suppose if you're gaining this much health, it potentially doesn't matter. But I'm wondering if, knowing that this was a grindy game, it's a situation where Christian's also just playing the pile, right? Where you're using most of your cards available from your list of 80.
Every part of the buffalo, as it were. So Rune Ranger. Do we have an Earth card in hand to pitch for the CNC?
Oh, that would be monstrous.
Yeah.
Ooh, and guess what?
We do.
Guess
CNC for 9.
CNC for 9, and the second Channel Mount Heroic will be sticking around again.
Yep. That's what it looks like.
And Christian here forced to, well, I mean, not necessarily forced, but does opt to block with the gauntlet at this point, and it's one of those kind of feels bad moments, because if it had been used a little bit earlier, maybe could have got some value, though I think Kim would have just broken the chain.
Correct. Yep. And so now we're back at it. We do have a hand that we can send some pain with. He's looking through this thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Christian doing that same thing after a big turn that we saw last round, right? Where sometimes when you get back to back explosive turns, you just say to yourself, how much left do I have to deal with, right? Let me see that discard pile. What's going on?
Yeah, this is a storm that is being weathered right now.
What's that 4th card? Is this a situation where we could theoretically keep the channel again? I mean, not that
We'd
I
have to be
advise it,
able.
but I see 3 Earth cards.
No, it's a trot. It's a trot along
Oh.
with it, so that's not going to work out.
But this is going to be a really big Autumn's Touch.
It's a giant Autumn's Touch.
And it's going to be met with some Autumn's Touches and a Carapace. And that's got to get
All the
close to turning Verdance online, I believe.
This should put Verdance online. Yep, that should put Verdance online now. And all of these potions become a problem.
And that's going to be the end of that. So Channel Mount Heroic number 2 goes to the bin. I believe the other one is still in the deck because we saw it pitched earlier. So when that comes back up, we'll be hitting second cycle territory, but still a lot of value to be had from that. See a felling in the hand of Kim at the moment.
Oh, I love that we have the classic Enlightened Strike with Go Again into Felling turn available to Kim. And decompose off the felling for no impact. So yeah, here's 5 Go Again. Trust me, it's fine. Nothing bad is going to happen behind this.
Yeah. So the interesting bit here is that as much as it looks like Kim is generating a lot of pressure, there is a lot more work to be done, because just when you're looking at the table, right, with the 3 healing potions, with the amulet, that health total of 18 is not really 18.
No, it is 30. Pretty much. It's just 30.
Plus some damage that you would have to worry about as well with Verdance being online now.
But still, an E-Strike for 5 is a good start, especially with a felling coming behind it. I think a Pulse of Candlehold in hand and a Sigil of Solace for Christian.
And I believe that would be the 3rd Sigil of Solace for Christian. We've seen 2 so far.
Yep, that would be the last one, I believe. Gonna take 5 here. And now, yep, the classic felling, decompose for, the value of your opponent. No longer, we don't have a card in our hand. Why do we care?
I'm curious. I think that Kim is still not active with Florian, correct? I believe we need 1 more decompose, because despite the big turns, we haven't really seen a lot of that yet.
I believe we're not online.
My
yet.
memory is correct.
Yes. So we have a Heartbeat of Candlehold, I think, is still the card in hand.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised that this is going to be the play. You don't want to die with potions on the table. Obviously, you don't want to die with amulets on the table. So with Christian going all the way down to 5, I suspect we're going to gain some health on the side of Christian while trying to deal some arcane damage.
Sending Ferrat for something.
Bagels, I believe.
I love bagels.
So
yeah, we're gonna AB the 1 off of the health gain there. And potentially a judge coming in.
Yep, does look like they
looking for a dice. Okay, looking for a dice is what we got from production. Reminder to our tournament players, please come with all necessary tournament materials. If that means you need a bunch of dice, bring tons of dice.
Maybe they have them out at the outer tables and they just didn't bring them into the show match area, assuming that they would have it. Let's not judge, okay? That's what the judge is for.
The person in the yellow shirt is
exactly.
That just walked in the room. Yeah. Oh yeah, we needed a 20-sided is basically where we're going with this.
Yeah, have to keep track of how much health is gained
How
this
much life
turn.
we're about
So
to gain, because we're going to try to spike them.
the
Another
critical mass, the critical mass part is here. This will certainly close the gap. I don't know, depending on what the other cards are anyway. I don't know if this will be enough to fully finish Kim, but it will certainly bring things much closer to parity.
One is Heartbeat.
And I believe it is.
And then one of them is the split card. We're also getting a pen so that we can see what was named. So one's a sigil, so we're going up another 3 life.
That's the third sigil. I just don't remember what was in the arsenal. I believe the hand is Heartbeat, correct?
I believe it's Heartbeat.
Oh, my apologies. There's still 2 cards left in hand. Okay, so this is actually very dangerous.
Yeah, we're amping a ton at this point. So if we have a Heartbeat, so if we Surge an Aethertide here, and then have effects that deal arcane, this could get messy. Let's see what we got going here. This might be enough. So we're amp 12.
Yep, gonna crack the headpiece. There is the Heartbeat. Crack the headpiece to get
do it
back.
Again.
Yep, the split card. Do it again.
So that big number is going to go bigger.
And it needed 2 20-sided dice. I was gonna say we should be up to 25 now.
25, I believe. So we're going to send 26 arcane. And then another 1.75 billion arcane.
Wow.
There we go. Yep. We just stacked it up for the combo and killed him from there. That was nuked from orbit yet again. So remember those big damage turns we talked about? You know, if you're not dealing more than 26 or more than 20, you're doing it wrong. That was way more than 20. That was somewhere in the 60 range. So congratulations to Christian Scheibe. Should be locking in for top 8 at 9-3. So congratulations on the win in there. Pretty soon we'll be coming with our announcement of the top 8. I'm excited. I want to see. I'm hoping for 8 different heroes. How about you?
Well, I don't think we're going to get that, unfortunately. With this win-in being a Verdance, and I believe there was...
gives us 2 Verdants,
yeah, one that already had 9 points. I suspect we're going to have at least 2 Verdants in the top 8, but we will likely still have a lot of deck diversity based on what we saw leading into this round. So yes, I'm still looking forward to it, but that was an impressive victory.
Absolutely. So yes, we will be back with the announcement of our top 8 here shortly. Then there will be a break as deck checks and such get completed, and then we'll just be going full throttle through our top 8 until we crown the national champion of Germany for 2025. Stick around.
Hello and welcome back to the National Championship for Germany for the card game Flesh and Blood. I am still Charmer, joined by Logan Peterson, and we are excited to be jumping into our top 8 very, very soon. There is still some deck checks that have to be done, but we wanted to come back to the broadcast just to let you know that the top 8 has been decided. The bracket has been generated. Logan, what jumps out to you about this top 8? What has you excited?
Kasai's right there. I see Kasai, and it makes me happy because I want to see Kasai in top 8s. Has a rough matchup into Hanno Lunzer on Verdance. It's not unwinnable. It's just a little on the rough side, but we'll see what Jose's build potentially looks like. I am a little sad. I really did want to see Ailio in here. Unfortunately, did not make the cut. We have seen the majority of everybody in here on coverage already this weekend, I believe, with the exception of Jose and Nika. So those will be two to keep an eye on, with Aelia going into Bino Nolting on Synindra, and then Jose Ricardo Ordonez Muller against Hanno Lunzer. That will be two of the matchups I want to keep an eye on. We've seen Christian Scheibe already in I believe, the last round, closing that game out against Florian in style. Sebastian Kleiner we saw earlier as well. Then at the second seed on Arachnne slipped through the cracks. That has to have you excited, Derek.
Yeah, absolutely. I am excited to see that deck performing well. The other thing that really jumps out to me is Lauren there in third on Dash.io. If you remember way back when we started the coverage for this, I said Dash.io was potentially my dark horse to do very well in this event as far as heroes go. And of course, now we have one in the top 8. I'm also just excited in general that we have, out of 8 slots, 7 unique heroes, with only Verdance being the double representation here, and that was almost another slot as well. Again, we just watched for round 12 of the Swiss, the win and in round. It was entirely possible that Florian could have been that 8th spot and we would have been 8 for 8, but then Christian, of course, decided to make that not happen through an insane amount of arcane damage. So Sebastian has a lot of work cut out for them because we have seen what Christian is capable of. But yes, I think this is a very quality top 8. All of the players that we've seen on the broadcast that are represented here performed very well throughout the event. Again, the fact that we have such diversity, I couldn't ask for more.
No, absolutely not. This is an incredibly diverse and well-stocked top 8 with some very interesting matchups in the quarterfinals. I don't want to leave it to chat because I want to watch Kasai, but we'll decide later if we're going to leave it to chat. But probably not. We're probably just going to watch Kasai. But yeah, very excited. Either want to watch the Nika Roth Bino Nolte matchup or the Hanno Lunzer Jose Ricardo Ordonez Muller matchup, mainly because those are the 2 players we haven't had on camera this entire time. But
and we do like to feature players so that they have their moments to shine. So that does make sense to me. You know, my selfishness, obviously, I would love to see the Sebastian and Christian matchup. But also, honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing Lauren pilot Dash.io when we did have Lauren on the broadcast earlier. It was in the draft rounds yesterday. But we can't watch them all, unfortunately. We're going to have to make a choice, and I'm with you. I would like to see either Nika or Jose, I believe, just because we haven't seen those players on the broadcast yet.
That's right. So let's get a break for the deck checks that need to get done for top 8. So we'll be taking about a 45-minute-ish break, but we will be back soon with the top 8 action so we can crown our German national champion for Flesh and Blood in 2025. So stick around. We'll get those feature matches up for you. Thanks for watching.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the German National Championship for Flesh and Blood. We are going to be jumping right into the quarterfinals. Our break ended a little bit earlier than anticipated, but that's okay. We are not going to be sad whatsoever to dive right into the game. And Logan, we are going to be seeing Nika Roth against Bino Nolting. Nika on Aelia, not a player that we've seen on the broadcast yet. And I know that you're really excited about this because I know how much you wanted to see it over Kasai, right?
That is not true, Derek. Why am I hated so ravenously? No, this is still going to be an interesting matchup, I believe. Bino Nolting on Synindra versus Nika Roth. We have the deck lists here, so we get to kind of take a look at each of them. It looks like Bino in his list does have the 3 copies of Warmonger's Diplomacy. He is playing a very red line deck with 1 Tenacity and 1 Salt the Wound as yellows as well. So probably going to see those Warmongers come into play at some point in time. It's a pretty traditional Kasai list, or not Kasai, I wish it was a Kasai list, Aelia list. And on Nika's part, we're looking the tar pit traps to do some extra work in this matchup, along with just a litany of very tall, difficult to block attacks, and everybody's favorite teacher, babysitter, and friend, Red in the Ledger.
So, I believe Nika's gonna have a big hill to climb here. We've seen Bino really pop off on Synindra early in the broadcast yesterday, and this is a matchup where I believe that Red in the Ledger is going to be so crucial, so critical for Nika, because if you can get it, and then you can not just play the 3 copies that are in your list, but also potentially replay them a couple of times with Codex of Frailty, that could potentially slow things down long enough for Nika to pull ahead. But if there is a struggle to find Red in the Ledger in this matchup, Nika's going to have to try to just keep pace with Bino, and if it's anything like what we saw yesterday, that's incredibly difficult to do.
It is, and in a lot of cases, Aelia no block so good sometimes, so that's an issue here. Nika does have the choice of player draw in this case. Looks like Nika has chosen to, drum roll please, we're just seeing if the tunic ticks up. And it did. So Nika has chosen to be on the play as per usual. We're going to go ahead and take aim. Reload a card.
And I believe that's a Spire sniping. Yep. So we're going to take a peek.
Take 2 peeks if we need to.
Twin peaks?
Twin peaks?
Yeah, because he's looking at both simultaneously.
Yeah, we also, this looks like a team kill. Seeing the Meeps shirts. So a little bit of crossfire in this one as well, which makes sense because we have a bow and a fiery hero. Both on top. Leaving as is, activate Aelia. Let's flip a dominated arrow. Here it is.
Yeah, and I think that this is totally fine on turn 0 if you can dominate to prevent, maximum filtering, get some damage leaked. It's certainly beneficial to this matchup. I also wanted to point out a difference from what we saw yesterday. When we saw Bino on the broadcast yesterday, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx was what was brought, and this time around we do have the more traditional Mask of Momentum presented.
I do love Mom. Blocking with the Lava Burst, taking that 3, and moving on to the Synindra turn. Now, this is where things get a little bit more interesting, because with Synindra specifically, this turns into a how much can I block and how much can I not block, and what cards can I afford to block with. So the math out of Nika and the decision making has to be on point to deny the mass triggers, and uh, basically dig for turns where you can start lining up some red in the ledgers. Bino taking a look at the hand. Looks like we have a hand that may not have a starter in it, so or we have a Warmonger's Diplomacy as our only blue. Now, of note, the Kunai of Retribution are always a starter. You can always pitch to make those the first Draconic Chain Link. There we go. Kunai for 1. This is usually met with no blocks.
Yeah, on the start, this would make sense. And even if there were to be quote unquote blocks, if it was going to be something like this, it might be like a shelter from the storm where you're just playing it to kind of dare them to take the turn off or get 0 value and do it a few times. But we do have the trigger on the blood splattered vest once the dagger does hit to provide that resource.
And then we're going to send in a Dear Devotion for 4, get ourselves a fealty. That will be very important for turns to come. It does look like there is a Wrath of Retribution in Bino's hand, probably getting set up for a subsequent turn. This having a starter in it would have been fantastic to throw in some of that extra damage.
And then the flick knives.
Always flick your knife. That is 2 chain links that have hit.
Gonna take the Synindra activation. And I think just pass to the arsenal. Okay, so 2 chain links hit, but no mask trigger, no additional damage. And honestly, if you're Nika, I think you're kind of okay with that. You get to come into this with a fistful of cards. You've got your card in the arsenal.
That was largely ideal. Yeah.
You really didn't take a lot of damage there.
And so let's see what we have set up here. We're going to activate, take a look. We have a spike down there.
Yeah, I believe that's a
lace,
blood rot.
A lace with blood rot.
Yeah, a lace with blood rot.
Spikes are for assassins.
Up my alley.
So we can lace, we can load. Have a lot of options here.
I think Nika right now is just trying to consider either sequencing or this might be a subpar arrow on the top. And then you have to make that decision of whether or not you still want to utilize that with your Aelia trigger or maybe try to dig deeper. Ravenous Rabble here allows you to look a little bit deeper. Oh, okay. So Remorseless on top is a much better arrow.
But only if you have the resources to fire it.
Well, there are still several cards in the hand of Nika. So even if it was a subpar resource hand, right, a fistful of reds, you would still be able after this Ravenous Rabble to lace, activate, and get it in there.
Well, you'd be, if you play the lace, you can't use Azalea's ability right now. So now Nika has to wait out, and I think there's a Knock the Death Whistle in hand. That changes everything. Because a knock and lock
and that
does a lot here. Yep, we're going to knock and lock.
Finding that first
I wonder what this
red
is going to find. Oh, weird. It finds red in the ledger.
This is so important. The first one is always the most important one to find simply because, again, it turns on your codexes when you find them later. And this is definitely the kind of matchup where Bino wants to play as many cards as possible during their turn. So limiting them to the single action is huge.
So that red ledger is going to go on top. Nika's going to reload a card. It does matter which one. This is looking like it's probably just going to be 8 dominate with Blood Rot.
But that should be good enough, unless
Oh, it's
Bino.
good enough.
Well, hear me out. Unless Bino did sideboard in, knowing that dominates on the table, some defense reactions. Though looking in the hand, I don't see a second one. But there could have been a scenario where if you've got one in the hand and then that was the arsenal of the previous turn.
It's a Wrath of Retribution in the arsenal.
Okay.
So that's not it. This is gonna come in. You might as well just block with a card. Try to mitigate some damage, but Red in the Ledger and Blood Rot. Good news for Bino is can just, pitch your hand to Blood Rot. Live to fight another day.
Now
the ledger is red now, though.
Yeah, now Bino has to be saying, what do I do with my one action here? And that is a simple command and conquer. No arsenal there, but it's not really about that. It's just simply that this is the tallest attack possible. And so you want to
It is a draconic 6, so there is that.
Yeah, there is that.
No use in letting the fealty token go to waste, right?
There will be 2 more damage taken here in a moment, though, because of the Blood Rot Pox resolution. No way that Bino has the resources to pay for that.
A pox on you, Bino. A pox on you. Now we have a Tunic resource to play with. We can pitch to Death Dealer. Load an arrow. Draw a card. Looks like a hamstring shot.
And it's probably not going to matter what it is because we
might as well
another Knock the Death Whistle,
which will get another Red in the Ledger.
And this is exactly
another 8 dominate.
This is exactly what you need. It's what I was saying in this matchup. What Nika needs to do is play as many of this card as possible, whether they're from the deck, from the discard pile, off the back of a Codex of Frailty. It doesn't matter. You don't want Bino taking more than 1 action per turn. And if you can build any sort of lead, then when this is not online, you'll be able to kind of soak with your health and maybe finish things off with Dominate. So again, this is going to be 8 Dominate, Red in the Ledger, obviously on trigger as well.
Just another skip your turn card. Blocking 2, taking 6. No one hit for the Blood Rot this time, just the Red in the Ledger effect, which is enough.
And it's going to be another Command and Conquer. Okay.
Yeah, we're just going to block 6 on this one, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that is a very clean block for Nika. Yes, it eats 2 cards, but you've got the Remorseless in the arsenal. Okay. Believe we're going to have to use the Tunic resource.
Yeah, we're just going to come in for 11. I believe we do need to use that Tunic resource, though.
Yeah, because unless I'm hallucinating, Remorseless does still cost 1. There we go.
yeah, just took a second to, I have to pay for this, right?
It's like, maybe I missed something.
And so 11 with a Remorseless trigger, you might as well throw your whole hand in front of it. Not dominated, important safety tip.
Now,
but time walking your opponent again in this type of matchup is a pretty good setup.
Yeah, not surprised. I think you do want to mitigate as much as possible. I was going to say there is the one nice thing about being Synindra is that Remorseless doesn't hinder you as much because you do still have the kunai available if you want to go that route, right? Remorseless does only trigger that health loss when they play an action card.
Correct. It's still a lot, though.
It's still a lot.
So just a simple draw pass. We're looking for some codex afraid. Looking like we're doing a codex check on what we want to do.
Yes, I do
Yep,
see that.
yes, we are.
Wow, almost a perfect draw there.
The full Badoogie.
So
if you will.
the codex check here was to see if there was a 0 cost arrow. The bolt and shot is the choice here, so this does allow Nika to still play all 3 of the pumps. Codex hands out a frailty token, which is also fantastic in this matchup. Ponder as well, so this bolt and shot will likely go across
unless
the
it's
bow.
not a bolt and shot. Looks like it will just be the bolt and shot. Is that the entire hand again? I mean, it's 12. Go again, theoretically. With a bunch of on hits, a stack of them.
Yes, I was just about to say, the bolt and shot itself does not have an on hit like the previous turns, but there is a lace in there. Another lace. I see inertia. It looks like blood rot.
Yep. And so this is a throw my whole hand in front of him. It still doesn't cover it. We can loud and proud no block this, taking 12 down to 8. Here's a plethora of disease for you. All of them. It's all the diseases.
Oh, so the other card was also a premeditate. I was having a hard time reading what the middle one was, but the second ponder token there tells me it was also a premeditate. So it gets to draw 2 cards and then decide which one to arsenal.
Now, the thing is, this Wrath of Retribution turn, if that's what Bino wants to go for, is just hampered by the Frailty token.
Yeah, the Frailty token is so good in this matchup. The other thing is, with that Inertia token, you also kind of are forced into using this hand because you're going to lose that Arsenal card anyway. So that's kind of off the table, but also 8 health, right? Bino has already taken a bunch of damage and there's no time like now.
And a brand with Cinderclaw for 1 damage. Take 1? Would you like to take the 1?
I suspect this will be, just an easy pass on the side of Nika. So 1 damage gets through.
Easy peasy there into a display loyalty. So we're going to get a fealty token. Coming in for 3.
Might be a consideration here if you're worried about the mask trigger.
Flick Knives is still up. So it's still, we can still make the chain link hit.
Right. It's just one of those, you kind of want to force them to use that here if you're also planning on blocking the next one to turn off the mask. Because once you get to this point, even if you were to block the Blaze Headlong, aka the Blazing Hedgehog here, then Flick Knives kind of ensures it. So a lot of times, if you're worried about Mask of Momentum, that second chain link is a point of emphasis. But I think Nika just says, I don't care, really, right? I've still got a ton of health. I know that the daggers outside of the flicking are not going to be something that I have to worry about here. If I can keep the 4-card hand plus Arsenal, I might be able to just get away with a big dominated arrow or just eat the entire hand.
Yeah, big dominated arrow here. You have 4 block on your equipment, but that costs you Flick Knives and Mask of Momentum, plus another card. So we are going to play the Wrath of Retribution. This is from Arsenal. So it is shrunk by the Codex, by the Frailty token. And these kunai are coming in for 1 apiece. 1. Yep, take 1, take 1. Can flick 1, buy it back, take another 1. It's just such a miserable turn to get eaten like this.
Yeah. And the worst part is even with all of this going through, again, because of no relevant on hits, Nika establishing that lead early means that they can take it and then send it back, and then Bino will be forced to block. And unfortunately, as the Syndra player, the last thing you want to be doing is being, the first player to commit to blocking, and that's kind of what we've seen throughout this entire game due to the quick red in the ledgers and then the clunky hands afterwards.
And Bino's going to go to 6 off of the Blood Rot at this point in time. So that's also a problem, especially if it's a dominated arrow coming in. Had to play the Wrath of Retribution from the arsenal, or else it goes away due to the inertia token. There's just so many problems with all of the stacked up diseases. Like, yeah, sure, 4. Okay.
Yeah, as weird as this sounds, I'm not convinced that a big dominated arrow, unless you're really confident it would finish the game, would be ideal for Nika. What I would, I think, be looking for in that situation is something where you can send an arrow, give it go again with the snaps, and then dominate, because I think you still want to chew cards out of Bino's hand. If you send one big dominated and he can use equipment and still survive, Nika is now down to a dangerous position. So
you might as well send it for the extra one.
Yeah.
Nope, we're going to elect not to. We're going to have a dagger for next turn. So big damage turn that came in, ate away a bunch of Nika's health, but left Nika with 5 cards.
Prior to the Blood Rot did bring things to parity. We are going to use the Skullbone, reveal another. So that's the third and final Lace with Blood Rot there in the arsenal.
It is. Are we going to blind flip the Aelia here? I do love the blind flipping of an Aelia trigger. Nope. We are going to play the Lace. Activate Death Dealer.
Oh, okay. There's also just red in the ledger.
Do that. Glide path. So that is currently a red in the ledger for 11. With Blood Rot.
And I think that would be something I would be okay with sending. It's not dominated, but it would essentially require the entire hand from Bino, and depending on whether they have a number of 2 blocks in their hand, that also might require equipment on top of it, which would, I think, still be a win, right? You're making them take the entire turn off while you'd be allowed to reset and continue the offense. Oh, we're just going to stack a premeditate on top of it and then ship it all. Yeah, I love this decision from Nika.
Yeah. Just ship 14. There's basically no real recourse in the entire deck for Bino to keep this from hitting.
Yeah. Well, the thing is
unless he has all the 3 blocks in his hand.
Well, and on the other end, depending on how many of these are 2 blocks, this could be a situation where you have to go with the whole hand and equipment at 6 health and staring down a ton of damage, but the Blood Rot is also looming as well.
Yeah, this is all bad for Bino. Not gonna lie. So we are going to give up Mask and Chest. It's giving up Flick Knives is basically giving up your win condition. So if you can do this without giving up Flick Knives, that's ideal. And then entire hand.
I mean, it has to be the entire hand.
So do we have 11 block in the hand?
I think so.
No, we don't.
No, still takes 2. So this is
3. Still taking 3. And the Blood Rot's going to put Bino to 1.
Yeah, sorry, I was starting to say 2 from the Blood Rot plus the 3. So this was just a calculation to go down to 1, but now we're at the point where essentially Nika will win the game with just any dominated arrow, right? Single card block from hand, even with the Flick Knives, won't be enough. Bino says, hey, I got these fealty tokens. I want to use them. They're both kind of laughing about it.
Go to 1. And then draw up and hope that there isn't an arrow on the top of the deck.
I don't think I see
that,
one there.
That
but...
looks like a heat seeker on top of the deck.
Okay.
Or it looks like an arrow on top.
Yeah. Spire sniping, I think, just makes this academic. Yeah, there's the Aelia. Reveal the arrow. Oh, it's amplifying arrow.
That's an amplifying arrow. Release the tension. And that is a dominated.
And that is a fist bump.
And that is a fist bump. Yep. Nika found all the stuff to win that one. Putting Bino behind the 8 ball immediately and just closing out the game with big damage and on hits that were absolutely devastating. Stacking the diseases in that one turn where causing the Wrath of Retribution to be played from minimum value. Real harsh. So congratulations, Nika. We'll see you again, I'm sure, soon. We still have, I believe, probably most of our quarterfinal matchups still going. That one was very quick, but we will get an update for you here shortly, so stick around. We'll be right back. gadget. Because we have a dash. IO. We're go gadgeting. Oh, it's wonderful. Yeah, it looks great. Or the best. We do, but none of them are a Kasai, so I'm upset. But yeah, Hanno Lunser and Nika Roth. So that matchup is going to come down to, I'm pretty sure, just how quickly can Nika just produce those huge arrows. But give me Slippy and Dash. I want to see some of this, and those are uh, wonderful, wonderful things. I'm not sure that you're actually audible, Derek, but I guess we'll find out.
It
I think
probably was not audible. I am audible now. I can definitely confirm that. But
congratulations.
I think when my camera froze, my entire thing froze. So that's fine. We've got it sorted. Logan could still hear me, so at least that was a blessing. Yeah, everybody, welcome back. Sorry for the hiccups. We have the 4 different heroes going, and I'm right there with you as far as kind of wanting to see the Dash IO, if only because we have not seen Dash IO on the broadcast yet, and we have been maintaining a pace of featuring a new hero every round so far on the broadcast. So if we take that dash, then when we get to the finals, it doesn't matter. We will end that streak, but it does intrigue me.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm very, very excited to see a Dash IO. And it's a weird matchup. Like just off out of the gates, it's a weird matchup. And we get the cyberpunky Arachnne slip through the cracks versus the corporate shill Dash IO. I mean, what more could we want?
Maybe a few hours more sleep, but other than that, not
That's
much.
eventually coming. We only have 2 more rounds. And a lot of these decks that we're seeing now are very live fast, die young, and leave a pretty corpse. So yeah, let's get that dash slippy matchup in our veins. I want to see this.
If you're just joining us, again, this is the top 8 of the German National Championship for Flesh and Blood. My audio is now officially working, so thank goodness for that. I am Charmer, with me is Logan, and we are located in the United States. We are casting this for you remotely. We began at the at the bright early time of for you it was what, 1 a.m.
Yeah, I was on mics and getting set up at about 12:40 a.m. actually. And so that was looking at this a little over 6 hours ago. And you know what? I wouldn't have any other way.
Oh no.
It's been a joy. It's been a delight. And now we only have 2 more rounds to go before we find out who is the next German national champion. We know it's one of these 4 players: Hanno Lunzer versus Nika Roth, Sebastian Kleiner versus Laura Neus. And honestly, looking at the hero spread of Verdance, Azealia, Arachne slipped through the cracks, and Dash IO. this is kind of still anybody's ball game. I mean, there's not. It's hard for me to pick who the favorite is here. Honestly, I would like to point
I
out though.
I think
I would
that
like to point out.
whoever is in that top bracket might have a slight edge just given the field. I would like to take credit. So earlier in the broadcast, way earlier, in fact, at the beginning of yesterday, you and I selected a couple of dark horse heroes that we felt could perform well given the field that we had seen when we learned about the metagame. And I selected Aelia and Dash.io, and now we have both of them in the top 4.
I also said Azalea and Mechanologist, but I was suggesting potentially Puffin. We did some Puffins that performed well in CC on day 1, but they fell down the standings in draft and out of contention. But yeah, it's exciting to see a Dash.io and and an Azalea. Okay, well, it looks like the OBS froze for for us.
Yeah,
We're just hitting every production hiccup that we didn't hit yesterday
absolutely
right now.
I am in fact working on that. So the good news is I haven't lost complete internet. We are still at least going. I believe hopefully folks will still be able to hear us.
So I'm thinking that we might have lost the OBS in Germany and we're still good.
Yes, I do believe that might be the case. So for the short term, I've also fixed my face. No, not being pretty, mind you, but I have at least fixed the webcam. So I'm just gonna bring it back to us while they
Jokes
get
right
that sorted. I will keep an eye on that, but I do think that you are correct. I think that the feed from them has ended because I'm also now getting an end screen. We will get that sorted out in just a moment.
Chat, you know what? I don't like doing this, but chat, hit us up with questions. It's time for live listener questions. And we're going to take the first one from Greg. Where episode? Greg, shut up.
Greg, where's my supercut of being right? Did you ever think of that?
It's a pretty long supercut, not going to lie. That is, oh, and he back again with a where episode. Okay. I'm done with him already. Gregory, I swear.
Yeah, I have got confirmation from production that they have a hiccup on their side. So we're getting that sorted.
Beard oils, right now, Bearded Coast is what I've been using. It's quite good. It doesn't use a lot of artificial scents and usually leaves the beard nice and silky smooth. Why episode? Wow, that's a much longer story for another time. We're not doing that. Who episode? Well, that's easy. It's just Derek and I most of the time, sometimes some guests. Every Tuesday, or almost every Tuesday. Sometimes it gets pushed to a Wednesday because things happen, but you know.
All right. I have some good news. I have some good news. We might be back up and live here in just a moment.
We can talk about these, which is Synindra winning Switzerland's national championship and Prism winning Czechia's national championship. Wow, what a cursed matchup for in the finals there. It was Martin Holik on Kano versus Prism. Oof. We also have Brunei has Dash.io winning over Dorinthia Ironsong.
You know, I'm really happy and excited that we've seen the return of Dorinthia. All it took was for us to have an ally-based hero back in the meta, and suddenly Dorinthia is really putting in work.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's get live here, and we are back. It looks like our stream is back up. Denmark is ongoing. We have Vincent versus Synindra in those finals. That's probably a Vincent win. Oh, we lost the stream again. Well, both teams played hard. I think I'm just cursed.
So well, of course, I am now seeing production. It looks like might still be having a couple of hiccups because I'm seeing the loading screen again, but
Romania betrayed me.
Yeah, back to chat here. Pat Rick asks, did Heiner have to persuade you to do the stream, or how did we come up with the idea to make 2 super long streams within our time zone? It is a little bit of neither, actually. Heiner asked us to do it, but there wasn't a ton of persuading, just because we love Heiner. We love Flesh and Blood. And we decided that, yes, there is a big gap in time zones, but we were more than happy to make it work.
It's very funny because when Heiner asked us to do this originally, his suggestion was we cast maybe like the last 3 rounds of day 1 and then the top 8 in day 2. And Charmer and I's entire attitude is no. We'll do all of them. And Heiner's conversation turned to, you realize we're starting at like 2 a.m. your time. Yes. Yes, we do. So it was more of an accepted, it wasn't even the expectation, right? The expectation was that we come in, we cast some of the rounds, not all of the rounds. And, because of the time zone differences, but Derek and I are, very passionate about this game, honestly. And we just wanted to provide, the most casting that we could for the crew and such. And now we're live.
Yeah,
by the way,
Logan, we have a feed.
We do. Apparently it was Arachnne slipped through the cracks picture slipping through the cracks of the internet and causing issues with the stream, to the shock of no one. It's always Arachne's fault.
All right, so here we get a fun player profile for both of our players. We have Sebastian on Uzuri, which is not correct. It's actually Arachne.
I said preferred hero was Uzuri.
Yeah. Sorry, I realized that I was trying to read fast because I knew it was going to go away. I meant to say on Slip Through the Cracks, preferred hero Uzuri. But yes, Slip Through the Cracks did officially hack the system, caused some chaos, if you will, and knocked the stream offline for a bit. But we got it sorted. My face froze. Chat couldn't hear me, and then the stream crashed. What else?
Twice.
What else could you ask for?
It wouldn't be a Flesh and Pod oriented thing unless things just went haywire immediately.
Well, this is also my fault. I do remember saying specifically during the planning to Heiner that I don't trust a broadcast that doesn't have some sort of issue, because they just all have something. So maybe I invited it, but we do have Sebastian versus Lauren. We have seen Lauren on the broadcast before, but yesterday it was during the draft rounds. So this will be our first time seeing this -IO list in action.
We also saw Sebastian yesterday, as there was a judge call over a life discrepancy, and then a king kraken harpoon that absolutely obliterated Sebastian. One of the funnier moments in the broadcast, not the judge call, just the it's just an overpowered 10 anyway. And it's like, oh, we went through all this for nothing. Opposite pointing hunter's claves. Look at that.
All right. And I have to say, I'm respecting Lauren here. We have 7 boom grenades in the list as I pull up the deck list. Really looking forward to the boom. Meanwhile, Sebastian kicking off with my favorite new card from the Hunted, just because I love what it brings to the table with a Kiss of Death. This picks up Go Again.
You love Bianca Belair.
I love all of my fab-coded professional wrestling references, but I really enjoy that they have added this as a dagger subtype because of all of the ways that you can interact with it. I was actually telling you while we were on break that sometimes when I'm feeling froggy, I like to hop online and play some random games where I try to make toxicity and Kiss of Death work, because you can then flick it, deal additional damage, but we're going to overblock here.
Interesting. That does have, you know, that does have go again. So now we're just going to come in. 3 more, probably a flicked knife for your trouble, a flicked dagger for your trouble.
Yeah. And this is
Take 2.
Yeah, going to result in 2, because again, it counts the dagger as hitting, which means that the trigger on Kiss of Death causes a loss of life. And I believe that's going to be a mark, just a pump, because there's nothing in the discard pile to copy, but that's fine. It's still +3. Pretty solid rate on a yellow.
Little double trouble.
Yeah, so I guess I should also point out the other reason that you want to use that there is double trouble. Just by the nature of the card, if you use 2 attack reactions on it, it will also get additional power, and because of the flick knives was used on that chain link, that's why it went up to 7.
Yeah, no marks involved, just double trouble getting its own buff. That the dash IO game plan of what's on the top of my deck.
All
Still
right.
looking.
1 boom grenade there.
1 boom grenade here. There's a boom grenade that got, I believe, there's 1 boom grenade in hand. I see a backup protocol. So what are we going to try to send here? There are options. There's
All right. Yep. There is the backup protocol. Looks like red.
Okay. Sure.
A lot of backing up going on, both in the pitch and
we've backed up juvenile levels of backing up. Anybody gonna get that?
Beeping noise on your truck levels of backing up.
Yes. We're just gonna sink it. Sounds good. Shoots the gun for 2.
And the race is fully underway here.
And Arsenal and pass.
Tunic ticks up. I would like to point out this is Mask of Perdition that is being run by Sebastian. And we're going to kick things off with a
Mark of the Black Widow.
Mark of the Black Widow, exactly. Currently not marked, however, with the double Hunter's Claves and Flick Knives, if this were to be unblocked, could potentially get the additional mark in. So it does demand some sort of response.
Blocking with a throttle. A red one.
And we're just going to follow that up with a Command and Conquer.
A classic. Command and Conquer. Staple of this game since Arcane Rising.
I think Lauren is thinking through what they want to do here.
Can I even block this? I mean, there is Crown of Providence that can just go in front of this to save your Arsenal card if we need to. And take some damage. There are options. here to navigate the CNC. It's always threatening, but not the most threatening.
Yeah, I suppose it is worth noting that there is a healthy amount of armor that is available to -IO. Comparatively, on the slippy side, you really just have the two pieces that you want to block with, the battle-worn pieces. Your flick knives you want to hold on to. Tunic is kind of a last resort block as well. Dash does at least have that flexibility, and combined with the additional health means that Sebastian really does want to continue to pressure as much as possible and be the beatdown.
Yeah, taking that kind of tempo from Slippy is kind of the important part here. But call the bluff. No blocks. Do you have a grenade? No. Okay. Boosting away another throttle. Coming in for a unsubstantial 3.
Yeah, I suspect that this will just be taken. Sebastian very quickly going over to the notepad, saying, yep, I will be happy to take this. The gun,
as much as you want to send.
Yep, the gun is also entirely fine. No relevant on hits. I would like this 4-card hand plus an arsenal. We're going to begin with an infect. I believe that's a red. So it'll be 3, go again, and it will threaten that blood rot. But one of the things that you have to worry about, of course, is the attack reactions. Kind of taking a look through Sebastian's list here, there's a healthy amount. We have the traditional Razor's Edge here. We've got
Tarantula Toxin, I believe, was on that list.
Correct. Take up the mantle that we've already seen earlier. So there is a level of respect that has to be given to this attack, even if you want to block it out. Or you could just opt to take it, but one of the things to consider is, that blood rot, it represents additional damage, and the last thing you want to do is turn a 0 for 3 into a 0 for 5.
Right, and that's bad. So we are going to flick, we are going to mark. Kind of telegraphing an Orb Weaver Spinneret potentially.
Could be that, or I was just about to say it could be a take up the mantle. You want the mark.
Make this into a Mark of the Black Widow. So now we have Mark of the Black Widow effectively coming in for 6.
And the on hit, because Lauren is marked, means that a card must be banished from hand as well.
Yep, we'll clear the mark, banish a card from hand. And we still have go again, so we still have a turn to go.
All right, was that a twin drive I saw?
Yes, twin drive was banished from hand. Now do we see more? Nope, we're going to leave no witnesses.
Yeah, like I said, I think that was mostly just making sure that the mark was there. You want to get that value. It does also open you up for future Orb Weaver Spinneret, but we have to leave no witnesses, and now we have an additional conundrum for Lauren. And this is why I prefer playing Assassin, because no attack typically represents just the attack you see, and it really puts your opponent in a pickle. Lauren right now has to be saying, okay, there's still a card in arsenal, there's a card in hand. I either don't block this and I risk losing my arsenal, or I do, but I have to overblock it in all likelihood. But if they overblock it too much, then Sebastian can also just pass and not cause a problem. I mean, now, if you don't block this,
a crown block here is still fine. It gets to ship your arsenal.
Well,
you're still gonna lose a card off the top of your deck.
Right. So what I was just about to say is, even if you do this, if you don't block this fully, it does open up the possibility for Sebastian to crack the black text, for example, and then continue going. Oh, okay. So this is the other reason that we saw that flick. This is a concealed blade. If you're not familiar, this is an attack reaction that will give +1, but it allows you to equip a dagger from your inventory. And yes, there are 3 Hunter's Claves in the 80 for Sebastian, so one is in the inventory, and it looks like he's fishing it out.
Smart move. Well played. Obviously flicked the wrong dagger because now you have both of the same orientation, but I shouldn't be here to criticize people's aesthetic choices. However, smart heads up play by Sebastian to maximize your value on that turn. And we still left Lauren with a 4-card hand, but did a substantial amount of damage. So a good spot to be in. And also, get rid of a little bit of that deck health. This is a boost deck, so we are going to be putting cards in the banished on a pretty high clip. We have a chance to take this into sort of a fatigue range if we need to.
So this was boosted, should be 4 go again.
I think I've seen 3 or 4 grenades now of the 7. So we've seen quite a few of them. One was played, I think 2 have been banished so far.
And this is going to be an easy no block for Sebastian. Again, if you've got that health as a resource and you're confident with your hand, you kind of want to just get things as low as quickly as possible. So this is going to be, I believe, a Spark of Genius, which will allow Lauren to search for an item. But to finish my train of thought here, Sebastian, I feel like, actually wants this game to accelerate to around the 15 health mark for both players, because it's at that point where the disruption, I think, starts to matter quite a bit more.
Now, why at around that health mark? Like, what is
well
sort of special about that?
Because that's the striking distance, right? The Slippy deck is capable of producing a large amount of damage in any one turn, but it's also just really consistent. Traditionally in testing, I find that, good or bad, you're usually in the 10 to 15 damage mark range. And so if you can present enough to threaten both lethal, but also have disruption on top of it, a lot of times when you get your opponents to that stage of the game, they either have to lose a large number of cards from their hand in order to stay competitive, or even if they want to leak a little bit of damage through, if you've got that disruption, whether it's from a bonds, we've seen these marks already of the Black Widow. It also then means that when it comes back to the opponent's turn, they just don't have as much offensive firepower as you do. And so you want to be able to essentially pressure them on 2 fronts, the health total and the hand and the resources sides. So that's why usually my goal is 15 or less is when you can really start to kind of like realize that. But, back to the action here. We have the backup protocol coming out for Lauren.
Off the top of the deck. Important because that consumes -IO's once per turn ability. Let's see if we're going to cash in this backup protocol now, or we're going to wait to see what we boost off this next attack.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of wisdom here. Yeah, I was going to say on the waiting, simply because we have resources on the side of Lauren as well.
Grenade.
Another boom grenade. Wow.
Ouch. So we have to be pretty close to half of them gone out of the deck at this point, but this is a zipper hit for 5.
And none of them have resolved. And I think that is also why this game is as close as it is.
One did. One was in play that Sebastian heads up played around.
Well, I was going to say, when I mean resolved, I mean got the damage
exploded in their face. Yeah.
Hitting the table kind of doesn't matter. It has to resolve. But Sebastian here with a Shelter from the Storm just to soak some of this. Will still take a little bit of damage, but that's fine. Again, not worried about on hits.
Yeah, there's no real on hit for that. You know that there's You're not threatened by boom grenade. Dash has already been used up. We're gonna close the chain. We're gonna activate Tekla Foundry Heart.
And hey, look, it's more boom grenades. So again, 7 in the list, but I feel like we've seen 5 or 6 of them, and not in the good way for Lauren.
No, and the surprise you're dead ability of this deck is dwindling pretty quickly.
Sebastian does still have 3 cards in hand plus the 1 in the arsenal. Use that shelter to soak some of the damage. But I feel like if Sebastian can get through this turn and still be, I'd say above, 18 health, probably feeling really good. So if this is like another attack for 4 from Lauren and then Arsenal, I think that Sebastian probably still just lets that go through as well. Unless, of course, there are more defense reactions available to Sebastian, but Lauren's really thinking this through. That must not have been a helpful dig. 2 resources still floating. Have not fired the weapon either.
Nope, and we did activate our cerebellum processor.
Yep, protocol now going. And just going to go find that big red throttle that we saw was used for blocking earlier. And this, I was going to say, there's a chance there might be a block here. It's a little bit bigger than I would have liked to have seen. But again, no on-hit. Nope. So Sebastian says, hey, here's some red. Just go ahead and charge at it. Toro.
And not going to take the bait. Then a pulse wave harpoon.
And this is for 4.
I think we probably have to do some blocking at this point.
You would potentially be wrong. It kind of depends on the hand. It certainly looks like Sebastian is considering a block here, but the weird thing about Arachnne Slip Through the Cracks is that some of your cards are fine for blocking, and some of them are just, much more below rate, but it does look like we're going to fully cover that up.
No, we're revealing our cards due to the 2 boosts from Pulse Wave, and then we're just going to take the damage.
Oh, I see.
And then a gun for 2 drops to 10. This hand must be gas. Took 12 damage on that turn, and we're going to send a Hunter's Clave for 1.
Yep, pitching a Codex of Blood Rot. This particular list is running max copies of both Blood Rot and Frailty for codexes.
Oh, we got a reader. Sebastian likes his books. What's wrong with that?
Want to get that value from them before they're burned. Yes, flick knives. So you swing with 1 dagger, fling the other, but I suspect that this is more about making sure that the mark goes through.
There's the Orb Weaver Spinneret. Go get the graphing calculator. Texas Instruments.
I think you mean... Excuse you, sir. I think you mean the graphene calicerae.
I don't. I really don't.
And then we're going to follow this up with an Infect. It's going to get +3 from the Orb Spinneret. So it's 6 with Go Again. This is the first stealth card played this turn. And we do still see there's the card in the arsenal on the side of Sebastian. And if you're Lauren, you kind of have to respect it because we have 3 counters on Tunic. So it could be almost anything. You're not worried about Command and Conquer, obviously, with 1 resource, but everything else is on the table.
Yeah, it's probably a Codex of Frailty sitting in Arsenal that's going to bring back something annoying.
Oh. The Infect connects. And
it does for the full 6?
Yeah, that's potentially pretty big. So does look like whatever's in that arsenal is not going to be used offensively. We're going to use the tunic to generate a resource and just attack with the dagger for one.
Attack with a dagger for one. That did seem slightly underwhelming for a turn where you took a bunch of damage to get to it.
Yeah, I feel like it might have been a clunky hand. Specifically, there is the Codex of Blood Rot that was there, for example. It doesn't block very well, so you kind of don't want to jump that in front of things. Ended up just pitching it. I wonder if this also means that it's another defense reaction that is in the arsenal of Sebastian, or if perhaps it was a command and conquer from earlier and you just couldn't pay for it.
It could be that. Priced into at least doing some blocking.
Yeah, gonna block this with a Mark of the Black Widow. So one will leak through.
Dropping precariously closer to that really detrimental health total of 0.
That's certainly detrimental. Normally you'd be really, I think, concerned at this stage as well, because again, boom grenades, especially from the top, are problematic, but Sebastian does at least have the luxury of having seen so many already in this game that were not very useful to Lauren. They were gone from boost, where they were on attacks that were unable to connect. Going to fire the weapon.
Symbiosis shot. Chat is telling me that it's just a nick in the arsenal, which would also make sense. We're comfortable taking this too.
Yeah, that would also make sense. Saving it for, if you draw bonds, for example, gives you enough to
pay for Blood Rot, not take the 2.
All right. I respect that. Sometimes that's the right thing to do, especially with Dash, because if you've got the items, for example, that don't have a block anyway. Oh, okay. So not a bonds, but it is a persuasive prognosis. And this is one of the reasons I love playing Slip Through the Cracks in particular, because this is a card that is dangerous on its own normally, but now it also has Go Again. So depending on what your opponent presents, you could choose to buff this. You could just choose to let it go and then send another stealth attack behind it if you wanted.
Is this all you're blocking with? Okay.
Yeah, I think that was actually a pullback.
That's what it looks like.
I think that was more the question was, hey, is it okay if I do this? And he says, you don't want to block with this. And then I think that they agreed, because Lauren is now back to looking through things. The chest piece has went back without getting a counter. So I do think that was just a backup.
Yep, that makes sense.
And this is again a very precarious predicament for Lauren, because this having Go Again means that Sebastian, if this is unblocked, can pile on or could just let it go.
Yeah, this is one of those things where you're either convinced that they don't have it and you block with a single card, or you're convinced they do have it and you throw your entire hand in front of it.
Right. And the worst part is because of just the nature of persuasive prognosis, if it's paired specifically with Just a Nick, you get the opportunity to, banish the card from hand, but also banish additionally from the Just a Nick, potentially gain some health, right? Persuasive gains 1 health every time an action card is banished. And when we're at this end game state, it's 11-7. Every point of health matters. So the Just a Nick does come out. I'm going to just go ahead and assume that both modes are chosen because why not?
Why wouldn't you? Can you think of one reason?
Style points.
I guess if you're winning no matter what, style points, they do count.
All right,
okay,
so
get a tech liqueur in play.
And that's really heads up because if you want to ensure you get that, right, the Just a Nick would have been threatening that.
So, right, if you want a tech liqueur in play, which I think that probably do, especially since this max velocity isn't going to actually get there this turn. It makes sense.
And then the card banished for the Just the Nick trigger, now card banished for the prognosis, and then the reveal will happen. Card can be chosen that matches the color. A lot of
all of them.
A lot of choice there. The illusion of choice.
The illusion of choice.
Good little laugh.
Okay. Here I have trips. Oh, okay.
And that was just the persuasive prognosis. Again, go again means Sebastian still has actions to take this turn. Got cards in hand. We still have both daggers available, flick knives available.
Yeah, like there's still a ton to do. You have Lauren down to 7.
Yeah, and then you also gain some health back. Again, that persuasive prognosis turned out to be really important. Going to send the Hunter's Clave, pitching a blue, so there should be one resource floating.
Or a graphene chelicerae, as you like to call them, which does not make any sense to me. For 2. Or is it just 1? It's just 1. Never mind.
So this is for 1, but because the Clave hit first, it has go again because the opponent is marked, and that's the important bit here. So Sebastian could
block
continue.
with one of the heists in hand.
Yeah, could continue. Trying to maybe bait Lauren into blocking further to respect some stuff. And does then end with an infect for 3.
Could block with a heist.
Are you sure?
I mean, it is an option. I can confirm that there is a heist available to block with. Better yet, there's 2. Do I want to block with heist or do I want to block with heist? Because this is an infect and the blood rot is lethal. I think we'll block with heist. Good choice. Good choice.
Good choice. Haven't seen a heist that impressive since Seth Rollins cashed in his Money in the Bank contract at WrestleMania.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad.
I'm telling you, man, Flesh and Blood is wrestling coded. All right, so Sebastian does not have an arsenal card there, did go through everything, but generated the pressure, also gained some health, is up tempo. Lauren here we know has the heist and the arsenal card.
Are you sure?
Have to figure out how to navigate, not just this turn, but also the future turn once the drop occurs, right? Because Sebastian is for sure going to be back on the offensive. And this is what I was talking about before. The sooner that you can get your opponent pressured on both fronts, where you don't want them to, when your opponent is in a position where they don't want to take damage, but they also don't want to, lose cards. They're forced to block, and then sometimes if a little bit leaks through, you still get your on hits. It's really the ideal place to be, but Lauren is going to play a heist.
Weird. It's almost like we knew that was coming.
And depending on... Yeah, I was going to say, depending on the state of your hand... you might fully block this, but I was expecting a 1-card block, get those battle-worn equipment out there as well.
Get some use.
Get some use.
Use is good. Another boom grenade just hit the Vanish, by the way.
That might be all of them.
I think it might be all of them.
All right, and oh, what a pull! This is not what you want to see if you're brutal.
Nope, not how we drew it up.
So, Kith of Death. Excuse me.
Kith of Death. Yes.
Yeah, my Mike Tyson came out. Kiss of Death is attacking for 3 with Go Again, but has the on hit of lose 1 life. Once this resolves, however, as we saw earlier in the game, Flick Knives will be able to also attempt to damage the opponent and deal a total of 2 damage in that regard as well. And
I thought I saw that there's a codex of, I think a codex of frailty in Sebastian's hand. So we may be seeing a Kiss of Death into a dagger attack, flicking the Kiss of Death, and then a codex to finish it all off.
All right.
You
so
still have 3 armor block.
Just double checking. Just double checking on my end here. I checked the deck list for Lauren. No shelter, so no like emergency ways to maybe stop a Flick Knives. No items that can prevent damage either in this list. It does look like this is just a pretty standard aggressive dash IO list. So earlier I said attempt to deal damage with that Flick Knives. No, it will connect. It does not appear that there is anything that Lauren has to prevent it.
Doing some napkin math is Lauren right now. It isn't good no matter how you math this.
It most certainly is not.
Looks like we're thinking to give 2 cards here and, you know, playing around the attack reactions that would just kill him.
I think that is a heads up play. I think the real question is running through Lauren's head is it worth it to only block with 2? Because with 2 cards left in Sebastian's hand and plenty of attack reactions still on the list. For example, I don't think we've seen any Razor's Edges yet. You have to at least respect, I think, a double attack reaction follow-up. Is it likely? No. But if you're Lauren, is that something that you want to bank your entire tournament life on?
Probably not. We are going to 2-card block for 6. And Sebastian's kind of giving it a look and going,
I mean,
okay.
The worrisome part is you can't also overblock because of the Go Again here, right? So this is going to be followed up. That was a Codex of Frailty, but that's going to be pitched for a Hunter's Clave.
Yep. Also kind of just scary.
Every point of health matters.
3 block on equipment.
Yeah, every point of health matters here. You have to assume that the Kiss of Death is going to be Flick Knives, right? So if you take this dagger attack plus the Kiss of Death, you're already down to 2, and then you're just dead to another flicked Kiss of Death. This is only the second one that Lauren has seen, so there's at least 1 left in the deck. And despite this very intense, tight game, Sebastian looks as tired as we do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a blessing and a curse. Make a golden cog? Anybody got a golden cog? We only played 6 rounds of limited yesterday.
There it
Hey,
is.
we have one.
One of the beautiful marvels.
Yep, one of the treasure pack exclusives. Yeah, we'll flick this. Take two.
And I think that's the signal for close the combat chain. And yeah, it was
There
double
were
codex.
2 codexes. There's a reason I saw one, because I actually saw 2.
Yeah. So this is an interesting choice. There would have potentially been an argument where maybe you're trying to save one of the codexes because you could set up a Kiss of Death play the following turn, but you would have had to have a number of cards in hand to do so.
Sure, but now you know the codex gives you, it strips cards out of Lauren's hand plus gives you a 5-card hand
Yes.
with your arsenal. Like,
No, I think that this is definitely the correct path. I'm just saying there's always that thought, right? When your opponent's really low, I actually think that if the dagger would have connected, I think if Lauren would have went to 2, there's a much stronger case for it because it just wins the game the next time you can flick a Kiss of Death. But because the dagger was blocked, I think that this is 100% the correct play from Sebastian. Now we have a T-Bone coming.
yes, Terrence Bone coming in. It's like we're on block with a Take Up the Mantle and then the obligatory equipment block.
These battle-worn equipment so important as they protect your flick knives from T-Bones. The fact that you have 2 with this particular loadout is additionally helpful. The last thing you want to do is get hit by like the double T-Bone, right? Back-to-back plays.
Yep, you can still get triple boned, but even then your tunic can serve. Hey Charmer, we did it. We hit 1K views. Welcome everybody, by the way.
The viewers did it. The audience.
The viewers did do it. The audience did do it.
All right, so a couple of cards banished there. Another twin drive gone. 3 resources. Dash is going to play a backup protocol. Okay, this has the potential to fetch kind of anything you want at this point.
Yep, with the 2 resources that we had off of the Teklo core, you know, we can go get something relevant. Card in arsenal, card in hand. We can still threaten a pretty decent amount of damage. Our problem here is that the card in arsenal is shrunk. 0 to 60 is the play. We're going to boost, I'm sure.
Taking a peek first with the Dash IO ability. And then, yes, here comes the 0 to 60.
Looks like we got stopped really quick here. Judges having a quick conversation. And so on a judge call, we're just going to snap away from the table really quick so that they can handle that. We'll get back to the action as soon as that judge call is resolved. Pretty tense matchup so far, Derek.
Yeah, this has been everything that I was hoping it would be. While we're having our little discussion here, why don't we just bring us in because people don't want to stare at this screen.
Are you sure they want to stare at us instead?
Not really, if I'm being entirely honest. I was hoping that this one would be close, right? Both of these decks, I think, have a lot of offensive firepower. It's been kind of as advertised in my mind thus far. I think that, if I'm being honest, the game has hinged on the boom grenades. The story for me has been that we've seen a ton of boom grenades, but not in the way that you would want if you're Lauren. One hit the table, but then never got the chance to explode and deal damage, and the rest have really just been banish fodder for boosting. Meanwhile, on the side of Sebastian, really like what he's been doing as far as just keeping consistent pressure, keeping things close. If the health totals can stay at parity, like I said, once you get down to that 15 or less health range, I think that that's where you really shine in a matchup like this. And it does kind of feel like Sebastian's starting to pull away with it, but you know, of course, we're gonna have to wait and see when we get back to the matchup.
Yeah, we have an active judge call right now. Again, this is our second one today that we've been pulled away from the action on. We're waiting to see the resolution and head back up to the match. Not sure what the call is here, so we'll have to wait and see. I have a message out to production to find out if the other match is still ongoing, so maybe we can get you an update on that.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, we're in the semifinals of the German National Championships. We're currently watching an Arachnne slip through the cracks take on a -IO. It is Lauren versus Sebastian. The other semifinals in our bracket is a Verdance taking on Aelia. Last round, we got to watch the Aelia get a victory against a Synindra. And it does look like the players are coming back, so we are just going to send it right back to the table.
All right, so all good. Matchup continues. We are 0 to 60. That's miles per hour. It's very embarrassing in kilometers per hour. But the other matchup is still ongoing as of right now. So both matchups are still going. So we don't have an update for you in that regard. But here we're going to go to 4. Play a Techlocore. There's a frailty token here. You can shoot your gun for 1. Well, take 1. And
Sebastian
it looks like Sebastian has a hand.
Yeah, I was gonna say must really like the hand. I would have felt like if there was anything that just didn't work with what your game plan is or what you're trying to do, you might consider wanting to block with it. But this tells me that, as you like to say, we're going to use the entire buffalo. We have the tunic counter now up to 3, so the resource is there. Going to start with an orb weaver. Don't need to worry about the equipping, but we are just going to go ahead and buff this Kiss of Death up to 6, and this is aptly named. If this connects, it likely does in fact just mean death.
Yeah, our flag means death over here. By the way, Aelia is in the finals, so we'll be awaiting the winner of this matchup. Will be Aelia. Anything over the top? Yes, over the top it is.
The combo. It is a tarantula toxin. So full value on the toxin, and that's going to be the game.
Sebastian with the bad banners taking his opponent's life total to -1 for style points. Love to see it. These are friends, I believe. Both are on Team Value Vampires, but congratulations, Sebastian Kleiner, advancing to the finals of the German National Championship, where he will meet the lady herself, Aelia, ace in the hole. That's a matchup, as Nika Roth is going to be waiting to just fire some of those big dominated arrows. And again, that's another matchup where Red in the Ledger is real good.
Yeah, Red in the Ledger is certainly going to be a story that, you know, we'll keep an eye on. But one of the things that I would say Slip Through the Cracks has working in their favor that maybe Synindra did not was simply the presence of the attack reactions. It does allow you to potentially go tall, but again, that's it for us. We're going to be taking a short break. Don't go anywhere. Our finals will be coming up in just a moment.
Please stick around.
Hello and welcome back to the German National Championships for Flesh and Blood. I am Derek Oswald, aka Charmer, joined by none other than Logan Peterson, and we are getting ready to have the finals on the broadcast. That's right, we know that it's going to be Nika Roth on Aelia, Ace in the Hole, against Sebastian Klein on Arachnne, slipped through the cracks. And Logan, is this what you drew up when we started talking about this event? Is this what you had predicted the finals to be?
No, not at all. I did think, again, Aelia was something that I thought would have a pretty good position in this tournament, and turns out I was right. Slipped through the cracks, slipped my mind, because even our original graphic showing the metagame breakdown omitted Slippy entirely.
Yeah.
So we didn't even know that there are 4 Arachne slip through the cracks in the metagame until 2/3 of the way through our metagame discussion, when somebody pointed out, hey, you're short for 4 heroes. And it's like, oh, well, what are they? And Derek was hoping and praying, we can go watch back on the tape, that they were all slippies. They were indeed all slippies. And now here we have Arachne slip through the cracks in the finals. This one will be a lot of diseases being issued and beatdowns being rendered, Derek. Big arrows versus disruptive attacks. Who do you got?
As much as it pains me to say it, I feel like Nika Roth on Aelia is probably favored here, because the ability to go tall with disruption is really important. But if I had to say, when the game gets down to the nitty gritty, what really separates the two heroes is the dominate factor. If Aelia can get a large dominated arrow, it doesn't matter what Sebastian Klein has in mind. We know that it's going to be really difficult for them to block. We've seen the equipment suite that Sebastian has brought, a couple of battle worn items, flick knives, and then tunic. So even if you do want to emergency block with some of those, it's not a lot of value. And if, you know, there are 2 or 3 pump cards on some of these big dominated arrows, it might just be game over. Now, some of the things that are working in Sebastian's favor, this is a version of Slip Through the Cracks that does have some defense reactions in the list. I expect those to stay in against Aelia, so that you can try to prevent some of those big dominated arrows. I would not be surprised if they also sit in the arsenal for a while, waiting for the right time to use them, unless a hand is clunky or something and you want to cycle through. The other story for me here, and we started to talk about this before we took our last break, is that yes, Red in the Ledger is still really strong in this matchup. However, because of the attack reactions, Arachne Slip Through the Cracks is a little, I think, better suited than, say, like a Synindra or some of these other go wide heroes, because you can still push damage through without having to rely on going entirely wide with go again on attacks over and over again. Does mean your hand has to align properly, right? But ultimately, when we think about whether or not there is a path, is an opportunity, there certainly is one for Sebastian to sneak out a win.
Yeah, we are talking about 2 heroes in that case that are both looking to stack up a pretty tall, disruptive attack. I do think Aelia is better at that. And we talked about it a little bit earlier, where you would love to see Slippy win. You'd love to see Aelia get the points. You just don't want Aelia to get the points on a hero you love. Understandable.
Yeah.
But, you know, I honestly feel like both, you know, players have been very deserving throughout the tournament that we've seen. And it's going to be an impressive showing one way or the other. I do believe that Aelia is better suited in this matchup, but I've not been around it much, honestly. Slip Through the Cracks is underrepresented, probably, in the total metagame. Even in this metagame, there's only 4 copies, or only 5 copies of Aelia. So 2 underrepresented heroes sort of battling it out in the end. Very fitting, especially as Aelia is inching closer and closer and closer to Living Legend status. So we're going to have a ton to talk about in this matchup. Can't wait to see it. Should be tossing down to it shortly, I believe. But
yeah,
man.
I have something else that I want to point out, right? So yes, Red in the Ledger could play a big factor, but on the other end of the spectrum, for Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Bonds of Agony, right? If you can catch the opponent with a Bonds of Agony that connects when they have Red in the Ledger in their hand, then suddenly you don't have to worry about it for the rest of the game. You can go and find all of the copies, even the ones in the discard pile, so you don't have to worry about codex shenanigans. And I do think that that will also go a long way. The fact that Arachnne Slip Through the Cracks has their own Codex of Frailty, so that that Frailty token can mitigate some of the arrow's strength as well. Every point counts. We've seen some of these games go really down to the wire. I think that's worth noting. So yeah, I think that we're going to see a very patient matchup from both players. Yes, they are both going to be proactive, be the beatdown, if you will, but ultimately when they are figuring out their sequencing, navigating their turns, I don't think that they're just going to be windmill slamming their hand every turn. I think that there's going to be a lot of interplay that we see from both of them.
Yeah, I don't see this as a matchup of who blinks first. It's more a matchup of who gets that first grip of tempo that causes an off turn by the other hero, or just a bricked hand,
Yeah,
something that doesn't do anything.
I was just about to say, one of the things that we also might want to key in on is whether or not we get one of those famous bricked hands, right? Ranger can sometimes have a situation where all you have is the non-attack action portion, right? Like, oops, no arrows. On the other end of the spectrum, while it's less likely, just because while there are attack reactions, there's not like a critical mass, there is situations where you could end up with a hand as Arachnne where it's just a bunch of attack reactions, or it could be things that do not help themselves necessarily.
Mhm.
So the bricked hand situation is potentially real. And again, this is one of those reasons why I think I would still give a little bit of an edge to Aelia in this matchup, simply because that is a hero that I think has more tools for navigating those situations, between the peaking at the top with Skullbone, the ability to maybe just try to do a blind rip with Aelia, things like that.
I do love a good Aelia blind flip. Gambling is great. The players are taking a little bit of a short break themselves. As you can imagine, these long days get longer when you approach the finals. I would be remiss not to mention that, yeah, this is the grand finals to be the German national champion. There's some nerves involved, you got to shake it out, take a walk, get the blood flowing. Completely understandable. Finals should be starting soon. And, we just wanted to kind of talk through this, right? Like, this is it.
This
This
is
is
it.
what we've spent at this point in time. It's 8 a.m. my time.
Yeah.
So, uh, you know, almost 20 hours at this point, over the course of the last 2 days, uh, getting to this point, getting to the point that we get to witness the crowning of the next national champion for Flesh and Blood from the country of Germany. So we will be starting very soon. We'll get the players seated, and yeah, it's gonna be a knockdown drag out fight one way or the other with these two heroes. I can't wait.
So, prediction time. You asked me, who do you have in this particular matchup? Do you think that Aelia has the thing in the bag? I know you said you thought she was favored, and I think I agree, but I want a hard prediction. Who do you think is going to win?
I believe that Sebastian Kleiner will win. Um, the reason I believe that Sebastian Kleiner will win on Arachne Slip Through the Cracks is the Aelia deck does not block well. And some a couple of turns of persuasives or kiss of deaths, um, or even if Sebastian hits a bonds turn, very much so can just spell absolute disaster for Azelia very quickly. And we discussed, you discussed earlier the defensive tools. Sebastian does have 3 copies of Sink Below, and I believe 3 copies of Shelter from the Storm in the list. It has some defense reacts to
Yeah.
help cover up some of those arrows and live those extra turns. So I honestly feel like we could be in a spot where, yeah, Sebastian Kleine has the tools to make this particular matchup tilt ever so slightly in his favor, and Sebastian's the 2 seed. So Aelia doesn't get the advantage of choosing player draw here either. So early tempo is going to be key. And I think that Sebastian's going to have the ability to take that and ride it forward into a victory. That's just my 2 cents. I still feel like overall, you play this matchup 100 times. My guess is, that Aelia wins 56 of them, right? Um, I just get the feeling that Sebastian, with the ability to establish play draw, in this case probably play, and get some early damage in, maybe cause some of those cards that want to keep in hand to become blocks early, can grab tempo and just never let it up. So I believe that it is Sebastian Kleiner on Arachnne Slip Through the Cracks that will take this matchup.
Right. Simply because I like to be a contrarian. I think that Nika's going to take this, and the reason is strictly vibes. I know that's not the most professional analysis. However, what I saw when we got to witness them play in the quarterfinals was Nika getting the hot hand every time. If that is a repeat this time around, I don't see how Sebastian has a chance. We saw a situation where Nika was like, all right, I'm going to draw 4, and it just happens to be non-attack, 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 and then a Codex of Frailty. And so we're going to see who is correct. And right now the players are sitting down, so we're going to send it to the table. We're going to see our player profile here for Nika Roth. Preferred hero is Lexi.
Nika Roth, yeah. And then a calling finalist in Sebastian Kleiner. Open deck list, they're having a look and seeing what we and seeing what they can plan around here.
Yeah, if I'm on if I'm on the side of Nika, for example, what I'm looking for is how many defense reactions does Sebastian run? What kind of attack reactions does Sebastian run that I might have to plan around? And then on the other side of the spectrum, I'm probably looking for, things like blue count, things like non-attack action count. If I'm Sebastian, I want to know exactly what my chances are for Nika to either struggle to pay for things or have a bricked hand, so that maybe you can maximize what kind of disruption you're sending.
Yeah, absolutely. Preferred hero Lexi, RIP. And then on the Sebastian side, preferred hero Uzuri. But both players going to be ready here shortly. So again, grand finals. Asking what a card does, and Sebastian just obliging. Here, this is what it does. Is it going to be in my deck? Probably.
That's interesting. I wonder what the card would be that you'd be unfamiliar with. Perhaps Concealed Blade. Again,
Concealed Blade is my guess.
Yeah, I love Concealed Blade, and I'm always trying to find an excuse to jam them, even sometimes as a one of in my assassin lists. But it's a blue block 3. It does serve as an attack reaction to give +1, which is always useful, but then the re-equip of a dagger is super relevant. And as we saw in the last game, there are 3 Hunter's Claves in the full 80 for Sebastian, so 1 in the inventory when that Concealed Blade shows up.
Yeah, and I love the 1 dagger hiding in the inventory too, for Concealed Blade to have an impact. That's a beautiful thing, and I again also just love the card. I love anytime I can get a just blue +1 attack react. I'm a big fan,
especially when it blocks 3. Yeah, exactly.
Blocks 3. I mean, we say it all the time that math is for blockers, but you play enough WTR limited, you learn the value of a blue block 3 startlingly fast. and you find yourself eventually taking them earlier and earlier and earlier every single draft. And if you're playing the value town, 3 pitch, 3 block, good start. Gives you all the flexibility you need to try to close games. And Concealed Blade also has other relevant text. So it's not just a titanium bauble where, I mean, there's a lot of times that decks will just play a card as a titanium bauble. Also one of my favorite cards in the game, oddly enough.
So taking a look at Sebastian's list, there are a lot of cards that I would describe as just being your standard cookie cutter inclusions, things like Art of Desire Body. I did notice though that there is Bonds of Attraction Red also in Sebastian's list, and that might be another one that Nika Roth was unfamiliar with. That is a card that is very often run in new, just because if they block it, you can still get some of those triggers to gain health. But
yeah, I mean, top card of the deck, card in graveyard, you know, same color, gain a life. Pretty easy.
Yeah, and it is something that works well with that Mask of Perdition that Sebastian is running as well, because the mask, when it is activated, gives the actual card the additional text. So Art of Desire Body loves that, Bonds of Attraction loves it, etc.
Nika could have also just been asking to read Mask of Perdition.
that is also fair.
Because who does that? Apparently our answer is Sebastian Kleiner.
Being able to draw 2 cards off of Art of Desire Body is, pretty important. So not necessarily the biggest surprise, but gonna wait and see
who's on the play.
Yeah, who's
I
on
would
the play.
Imagine Sebastian is.
Higher seed, so does have the choice, and I agree with you. When I play against Rangers, I would prefer to not give them the opportunity to arsenal something first.
Yeah, that's usually the thought process. Cuts are in. Game's ready to start. Deep breaths on both sides. Equipment's down. We're presented. We're ready to go. Hunter's Claves. Black Text, Flick Knives, Mask of Perdition, Findle Spring Tunic, and then Tunic, Crossbone Skull Wrap, Bullseye Bracers, Snapdragon Scalers. Let's see who ticks up Tunic first. Survey says
it's got to be what?
Oh, Aelia did. Okay.
I wonder if this means that Sebastian is just putting the emphasis on trying to strip cards from the hand of Nika and wants to block out early.
We're reading the glide path, sending it to the bottom. Are we having the fortitude to try to blind flip? Oh, we do. Survey says
Codex of Frailty, so no dominate. Nika,
turn
of course,
is bricked at this point.
Turn 0 was trying to dominate the arrow so that Sebastian could not filter the hand with a big block there. Wanted to also leak some additional damage as well, but the Codex is going to stop that, at least for now. I'm seeing a Lace with Bloodrot in hand, so this Codex, I think, is just going to force some cards into the discard pile, but also grant the Frailty token and the Ponder as well.
It does not actually cause a discard because there are no attacks to return.
Ah, yeah, because it is turn 0. So, yeah, this is, I think, mostly about the Ponder and the Frailty at this point. Yep, resolving the Ponder. Going to decide what to arsenal. Looks like it's the Lace with Bloodrot that goes down. And you and I were talking about sometimes your hands do brick. And that is exactly what we saw here.
And the next card on top, it looks like, was a red in the ledger. Oh boy.
Tunic ticks up for Sebastian. Now, the frailty token is still super relevant. Obviously makes these daggers a little bit clunky. You can still hit with them, though, because of flick knives. So if you really need a mark, you lead off with a stealth attack that has go again because of slip through the cracks text, and then just send a dagger. This is going to be a double trouble to start
Here comes
things
trouble.
off.
Make it double. Team Rocket has entered the arena. Loud and proud no blocks from Nika.
Yep. Currently just 3. If 2 attack reactions were to come from Sebastian, would also get some additional power, but because of no blocks, Sebastian says, okay, I'll just move on.
And we'll play a Bonds of Agony.
So the scenario that I had talked about is potentially live. If this Bonds connects and rips that red in the ledger, we could be having a wild game on our hands.
I don't know if it's a red in the ledger or a knock the death whistle.
That's
might
still a
see
good
both,
get.
honestly. There might be both.
Yeah, this is not what you wanted to see if you are Nika. And the thing is that even if you said to yourself, Sebastian has no attack reactions in hand, there is enough represented on the table from equipment. The black text, the mask, and the flick knives are all attack reactions, which would still be enough to turn on Bonds. So this has to be respected one way or another.
0 respect is what we have.
Well, so far.
So we're going to flick a dagger. Deal a point. Mark.
I take it back. I was under the impression that there might be maybe
Mantle?
some defense reactions or something, but no, it is just straight up, no respect.
Black
so
tech?
Mantle, black tech, flick knives, Bonds is now active and up to 7.
Triggers.
What a start for Sebastian Kleiner. The clunky hand from Nika.
It is indeed a knock the death whistle and a seek and destroy, a lace, and a spire snipe. I think that you have to take the knock here, right?
I would take it if I were in Sebastian's slot, because knowing this deck, it's the primary source of blues, right? This deck list has 3 knocks and I believe 1 blue spire sniping. So at a minimum, you're getting rid of a bunch of blues, but also you don't want them to be able to tutor for any arrow. And the choice of any arrow is usually better than the spire. Seek and Destroy could also, like if you value your arsenal and you just don't want to deal with that, could also be an okay pick here.
Yeah, but knock right now threatens a red in the ledger this second with with pumps. So not I believe that my choice would be the Seek and Destroy, or not be the Seek and Destroy, but be the red in the ledger. But 3 copies. Look through the rest of the deck. So we're taking the Seek and Destroys, leaving Knock the Death Whistle alone. Looks like that is Lace with Inertia and Aspire Sniping.
This is still a good start for Sebastian, though, but because of the clunky hand, the damage that you've done to Nika is certainly helpful. But I think I might be with you. I know I personally probably would have grabbed the knock, just because, again, it's a source of essentially almost all of the blues in the deck, while also being a tutor for any arrow. But Sebastian, we did see in the last game, really likes to end with an arsenal, loves having the option of those 5-card hands, wants to probably do it on his own terms. So decides to get rid of the Seek and Destroys.
Interesting turn of events there. So knock, reload, sniping. Nope, we're pitching knock. So this makes me wonder if red in the ledger's in the deck right now.
It would be interesting to have pulled it out, but this is going to be
There's a sleep dart.
big dominated sleep dart, laced with blood rot, laced with inertia.
Importantly, turning off Slippy's text.
That cannot be what Sebastian wanted to see.
No, not right now, at least. So all hero card abilities until their next turn treat the hero as if their text box is empty. Well, luckily, Slippy's text box is mostly empty anyway, but the text that's there is very relevant.
Again, kind of depends on the hand. Oh, I think so this is probably really annoying for Sebastian, because I think I just saw that there are 2 shelters in hand, and because this has dominate and they're both in hand, can only play one. So going to play one and then discard the other to try to cover as much as possible.
Covering 5 of 14. You are sleepy,
yeah,
and
it is a
bloody and have inertia.
Is a sleepy Slippy that has
With
caught
inertia.
a cold.
Yes.
Sebastian will tick up Tunic, play the
Orb Weaver. Get some calculator.
And then send a persuasive. And now again, this does not have go again because of the sleep dart.
It is just 4.
But again, a really relevant on hit.
Yep. Again, definitely at least the deck on Nika's side that just doesn't really want to block. Persuasive trigger. There's a red.
Well, a lot of options there for Sebastian. There's a Bolton shot. Looks like a Remorseless as well.
Another lace.
Yeah, the 3rd lace with inertia, because one has been played. One banished from the top, and now the one in hand. Sebastian will gain 2 life total from this exchange, obviously.
A crucial 2-bit.
And again, pulls the inertia. And this just, again, tells me that Sebastian really likes having an arsenal, because Seek and Destroy and now the final lace with inertia.
Yeah, but the inertia is going to get rid of the arsenal anyway.
Well, sure, but I just mean long term for the game, right? If you have a Bonds of Agony and you target Seek and Destroy, and then when you're presented with another opportunity to get rid of that final lace with inertia, choosing to do so just tells me that Sebastian wants to get to a game state where he can put something in his arsenal and just not have to worry about protecting it.
So now we're just lacing with Frailty. We're going to knock with 1 floating.
Hey.
Nope, red and ledger's definitely in the deck.
Red and the ledgers are there.
So this is going to be an 8 dominated red in the ledger and potentially problematic.
Yeah. Does look like there's a sink below in hand, so that will at least soak 4 of it. But Sebastian, I think part of the reason he wants to protect the arsenal is that you want to get these defense reactions in there to stop the dominates, but the timing has been clunky every time these situations have come up.
swap it on out. There we go. 1 resource floating. Red and ledger for 8 dominate.
I was going to say
go
that.
Again.
That die says go again,
There
but
we
I'm
go.
pretty sure we mean dominate. Now, depending on what your turn sequence is going to be next turn, there's a situation in which Sebastian might just send a 3-block here, decide to arsenal that sink below, and then just do whatever he was going to do anyway with the 2 cards, right? It might be a pitch 1 card, play 1, and then save the sink for a later dominate, because you can't cover this one anyway. And if it's only a 1 health difference, it would not surprise me if that was an option. It could also still cover the 4, but I would say that this is not cut and dry.
No. Because it looks like we have a take up the mantle in hand as well. Well worth the thought process here. So we're just going to block with persuasive prognosis, or sorry, bonds of agony. Yep. And our hat. Cover up 4, take 4. Life is at parity.
And this tells me that, you know, again, that Sebastian's looking to put that sink into the arsenal, and all things have been pointing to this, right? Again, the Lace with Inertia is banished, Seek and Destroy is banished. Want to get these defense reactions into the arsenal. Gonna send, I believe this is a blue double trouble.
For 1, go again. Go again being pretty irrelevant. Seems like this will be a flick. If that is a take up the mantle I saw in hand, is probably a flick mark mask.
I think it would be flick to mark and then take up the mantle.
Yeah, and then Mask of Perdition.
Assuming that you are getting that bonds, then yeah, I think that would be what you'd want to do, just because at that point you turn on the bonds. If you don't want to do that right now, you could also swap it with a persuasive.
Yep, persuasive is good too.
That would allow you to gain some health. It would still allow you to banish a card from hand, but you would have the Mask of Perdition saved for another time if you really wanted to.
Okay, no blocks. Here comes the flick.
All right.
We flicked the Chelicerae, though. So no mark.
So this is just trying to get double trouble up to the 3 damage.
And then a trigger off mask. Banish top card. Okay. So it must not have been.
It must not have been a take up the mantle that we saw.
Maybe it was an Orb Weaver. That would explain or a Conceal Blade potentially.
Well,
I look like a take up the mantle.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. I have to assume that we now have that sink from below into the arsenal. I see just the nick there as well for Sebastian. Meanwhile, on the side of Nika Roth, we're going to begin with a Bolton shot. I don't believe it currently has go again, but we do have the snaps. And is there a Rain Razors in hand, I believe?
There's a Rain Razors in hand.
That will certainly get the job done.
Yep.
Well, it's respect it, but also just how much do you value your hand? I think that anytime I see my opponent present a Bolton shot like this with no buff, I always am just assuming it's Rain Razors.
Yeah, it's pretty well telegraphed at that point in most cases. And so you kind of do your how much damage is this going to cost? Like if I just say fine, then I take this.
Well,
just adjusting life totals to correct.
Yeah, I would say that the mental calculus right now is whether or not I just want to prevent the reload, because the death dealer has already been activated, right? It would require the overblock, but if your turn isn't going to be stellar with keeping what you have, and so for example, this Just the Nick is being used to block. If you didn't have a good target for that, then this is fine.
Looks like Just Nick and Take Up the Mantle were the blocks. Yep, then we can Bullseye Bracers.
Yeah. So
load up a Spire Sniping.
I was going to say, obviously still was an option here, but I just like what Sebastian was doing because you're forcing them to use the resources. I see the Death Dealer turn sideways. I know that the Bullseye is an option, but if I don't have to worry about it again for the rest of the game, and that kind of seems to be Sebastian's mantra, excuse me, which is if I can get some of these annoying things out of the way to the point where I don't have to worry about them later, then I can maybe dictate the game plan and the pace when it matters most.
Yeah. So we're just going to send a Spire Sniping for 7. We've definitely seen Sebastian be willing to take some damage here and there. Like here is a, there's no on hits. It's just, okay, save some life. Take 3, drop to 22. Totally fine.
Yeah.
Bullseye Bracers off the board. Nika with an Arsenal. And there's that orb that we were talking about. Go rebuy.
The graphing calculator, as you say, is online.
Yes. We have an online graphing calculator.
Now, Tunic is used to pay for the attack. It has Go Again because the graphene calculator has stealth, so it's getting that Go Again from Arachnne. Slip through the cracks. And then this is going to be into a Codex of Blood Rot.
I do love me some Blood Rot.
Yeah, hands out what is likely damage, because again, not a lot of blues on the side of Nika, and keeping more than one card is not what you want to do if you're just trying to prevent the damage. But also, perhaps most importantly, creates that Ponder token for Sebastian. And as we've seen, most of the things that disrupt Arsenal have been taken away from Nika. So this, again, might just be part of what Sebastian's long-term game plan is. Like, I can win this game if I just always have more resources. I know I've got 6 books. I know I would like to use my Arsenal. Meanwhile, Nika now says, hey, I got a Blood Rot Pox. I would like to give some to you. Starts with a Lace.
Yep, we have a Lace with Blood Rot. We have a Death Dealer activation. Looks like a Bolt and Shot yellow.
Correct.
I see a hideous white bordered Remorseless in hand. It's very regrettable that they made white bordered cards in general.
How dare you?
I'm a known white bordered hater, sir.
I've always been a big fan of the gold borders.
Gold border is fine, but ever since the days of Star Wars CCG, I have been a monstrous hater of all things white bordered.
All right, so I think that was also a Release the Tension as well as a Premeditate. So this is just going to be a casual, I think 12 Go Again, if I'm counting correct.
Again on hit Blood Rot. So 14 value.
And on hit reload as well, right?
On hit reload as well. No floating resource, so the reload would just be an arrow and arsenal, which would be the Remorseless.
Right. I was going to say
arsenal end of turn anyway.
We know it's a Remorseless, but I'm just saying if you're Sebastian, you do have to wonder, all right, do they have another Bolton shot in there? Am I going to eat even more?
Well, the other end of that is you see that Nika pitched an Endless Arrow. Are you worried that it's another Endless Arrow So then they get to load endless arrow, shoot endless arrow. You can't block it necessarily, or you have to commit to blocking it, and otherwise back to hand, and then it goes to arsenal anyway.
Looks like this might end up with a 3-card block from Sebastian.
Maybe 3-card in arsenal. It's covering up 9 so far.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what was snagged off of that ponder. Nico will take the damage from the Blood Rot Pox as well.
And now I have Blood Rot. So clean it all the way up.
Yep, clean it all the way up. That ponder token will resolve, so not guaranteed that the Remorseless will go to the arsenal. Nika gonna have a choice here. Also, that ponder, depending on if you drew a blue, excuse me, maybe could pay for that blood rot if they wanted to.
Maybe. Instead, just take 2. More blood rot.
More blood rot.
This might be the most diseased matchup we've seen so far. Ah, the classic.
Yep.
Number of witnesses left? None.
This is
going to require 2 cards.
Looking, yeah, I was going to say, looking like it'll be a 2-card block, which will cover it. Sebastian will turn around and also take 2 damage from his Blood Rot Pox, but does get to resolve this ponder first. And if it's lackluster, you know, much like Nika had the option, could pay, but with health despair and everything I've seen out of Sebastian, not likely what I would have expected.
No. So Nika has Tunic. Flip it. Rip it. Not it.
All right. We have hit the stage, I was talking about this last game, right? We've hit the stage where both players are around that 15 health mark. I think that this is when the assassin decks really start to shine. I would expect Sebastian to start presenting awkward attacks, forcing Nika to dance around attack reactions. We haven't seen many from Sebastian. I mean, we've seen some, but most of them came from equipment earlier. Could be coming into them at the right time as far as the, you know, deck and the draw order goes.
That is possible.
Trying to take a look at what he's shuffling around. Looks like a Persuasive Prognosis and a Command and Conquer in the hand of Sebastian. Meanwhile, Nika has this take aim, and it looks like has a red in the ledger that they are, yep, just going to load and fire.
So this would be red in the ledger for 8.
But not dominated.
Not dominated.
Again, I was going to say the arsenal for Sebastian at the moment, we don't know what that is because that was pulled from a ponder. He took a peek, but then just slid it to the arsenal position rather quickly. So this might be a 2-card block, and then the arsenal to fully cover, or again, depending on what your turn sequence is, right? If you can go tall and you don't care about taking the damage, then you can just block a bunch of this. So it does feel like that might be the case. Command and Conquer goes in as a block. Now that could feel counterintuitive if you're watching, you're like, hey, why not keep the Command and Conquer if you're going to try to go tall? But the answer to that question is it's not an attack action. So most of your attack reactions do not target Command and Conquer.
Correct.
They do, however,
so we're just
target Persuasive Prognosis.
They do. Again, representing the go again, asserting dominance, even though you're not playing another action this turn.
One of the cards in hand is a Razor's Edge. And again, we haven't seen those yet, so we should be expecting those, right? We're running into the point in the game where you haven't seen at least one, might expect to see that. So I think Nika is going to have to do some of that same calculus. All right, what have I seen? What haven't I seen? This is open deck list. We are in the finals.
This may be usually when Aelia turns into a blocker, you start, as the opponent, you start feeling pretty good.
Yeah. But conversely, if you are Nika, you really don't want to take this, not only because of the banish from hand, but because of the health as well. Again, these little, gain 1 here, gain 2 there that Sebastian has had throughout the game has really started to add up and kept things close.
Yeah. It's definitely been big number on Nika's side and sort of a steady flow of disruptive damage on Sebastian's side.
Yeah, it's a steady flow, but also just maximizing the, available output from your cards. It's no wonder to me that when we saw the player profile, Sebastian said Uzuri is his favorite hero, because this has honestly been a very Uzuri style of play, where you're just trying to get the most out of each of your cards as you can every turn. And you got to block with a red in the ledger, so overblock, but feels probably pretty good. And it has the Just the Nick and the Razor's Edge.
That's +8. So anyway,
yeah, so damage is going to go through. Also going to have the resolution here of banish a card from the top, so we'll gain a health from that. That was the Just a Nick one. Now going to do the prognosis. We'll gain a health here, but also now gets to look at Nika's hand and take a card. This was back-breaking for Nika, who's now going to be left with a 1-card hand. The good news, it's a Codex of Frailty. The turn will be ticking up Tunic to 1 and having a Codex. If Nika wanted, they could play that still, but also would not surprise me if we see just an Arsenal pass and save it for later. I think it depends on whether you value pressure or not, and it does seem like that is the case. So Codex going out. And at this stage, I actually think I like this. Not only are you doing the pressure, you're going to have the Ponder, so you'll still end up with an Arsenal, but also that Frailty token slowing down the daggers and that card in the Arsenal for Sebastian is super relevant.
Look like a red in the ledger off of the Codex into a Knock the Death Whistle as the reveal. And we're just going to fire this for 5. So depending on Sebastian's hand, this might be just another, okay, I don't really need 2 actions, but it looks like we're going to get a 2-card block.
And that is the case. Another Command and Conquer goes out as a block along with a Mark of the Black Widow. Sebastian will have 2 cards left, as well as the card in the Arsenal. However, does still have to dance around that Frailty token. And we're going to start with an Art of Desire. This is the body, so it's looking for red cards. And if it finds them, it allows Sebastian to draw a card. So this is another one of those cards that normally would be a great target for Mask of Perdition. It's also a really solid target for honestly any of your attack reactions. I was going to say take up the mantle when it's in the discard pile, but we've already seen a couple of those, so I think there's only one left in Sebastian's deck if he wants to set that up as a surprise play later.
Just took the 3 and took a Tar Pit Trap off the top. So we have a... Still haven't, attacking with a dagger does nothing.
Yeah. I think Sebastian was really hoping to draw a card off of this to try to push some more damage. The math was certainly in his favor, given the sheer volume of reds that Aelia normally runs, but that Tar Pit, unfortunately, was a bit of a thorn. Just going to follow it up with an Infect.
But at 7, you have to start respecting it.
Oh, for sure.
Yep. Toxin it. And then, so this is going to put a blood rot pox. And if just taking the pox, um, gonna go down to 2
Yeah,
on their turn.
the pox is super dangerous. Flick knives is an inevitability. Looking at the list for Nika, again, no defense reactions, no shelter from the storm, nothing that would actually stop those daggers from connecting with flick knives. So if you were to go down to 2, all Sebastian would have to do is be able to attack with a single 0 cost attack, and then flick a knife, survive to the next turn, rinse and repeat. I think Nika says, I'm just gonna throw as much damage at you as possible and hope that I can strip your hand so that you can't attack at all. Now the neat thing is, if this Blood Rot Pox goes off, there is still 1 card in Nika's hand, so there's a chance it's a blue to pay for it. But if it goes off, there are 3 counters on the tunic, so Sebastian could 4 card block this, swing with the graphene, and then fling the clave.
Mm-hmm. But we also have a Sink Below in hand, so covering 10 is not out of the realm of possibility. Block 6 reacts.
Yep, go to
Awesome.
the reacts. There's the 10.
Arsenal, take 2, go down to 2, and now you're in range.
Absolutely. And so Sebastian has to be very happy right now. Knows what is in Nika's list. Again, this is an open deck list finals. You have to assume that Sebastian is saying, okay, just be calm. And this is what I was talking about, right? You can attack with this because it's also the first stealth attack. It gets to go again from Slip Through the Cracks text. And this is almost like Kadachi lock territory in a way as well. Nika's going to have to respect just the attack. A card in hand could also just be a pitch to attack with the other dagger and then still flick the graphene. I think Nika is
realizing the stress of it all.
Yeah. Wondering, is there any way that they can get out of this hole, out of this predicament? Because the biggest issue here is the only way you win it from this point is if you can present enough damage to where you're pulling cards from Sebastian, or you just go so tall with an arrow or something, right? But that 15 health is just over there looming.
That 15 health is just such a giant amount, especially when you're going to start demanding cards from hand. Ooh, and a codex. Yep, the normal codex target of Leave No Witnesses.
Wow.
Here's a Frailty. Here's a Ponder. Where's my Ponder?
Yep, there's the Ponder. This is also one of those weird situations where it's possible Sebastian could have grabbed like a Kiss of Death and then just passed, knowing that simply swinging with it the next turn would probably mean victory. But again, I just really like this. You're demanding cards out of Nika's hand. The only way you lose this game is if you let Nika pop off. So stay steady with the plan, flick the knife, survive to the next turn, get the victory, become the German national champion.
Is one attack in hand. That's all you need.
You don't even need that. You don't even need that.
You do need the reaction to be able to flick the dagger.
That is a fistful of options there, including another codex. Yeah, that was what I was saying. You don't even need that because codex is also an option.
You need a ton of damage if you're Nika to overcome this.
You need a card that says Sebastian discards his hand.
That'd be a good one. There's a premeditate. Play the premeditate. Stack them up. Go get Codex.
This is a lot of damage.
It is, but it's not lethal.
No resources. Yeah, I was gonna say this has to be a the red Bolton shot, right? So this is gonna be 3, 6, 9, 13?
12. 12 with frailty. And leaving exactly 1 0-cost attack in hand. Tunic doesn't matter.
Nope. Again, Sebastian just saying, all I have to do is not die, and I will become the German national champion for
3 ponders.
2025. Yeah, 3 ponders.
Would you like this? Yeah, sure. 1 attack is all that's needed. There's an attack. It's a double trouble. There's the block.
That will be the block. And then we have
the
flick knives, and
there's the hand. Congratulations, Sebastian Kleiner. You are the 2025 Flesh and Blood German national champion. Tremendous play. And I love being right. Derek, I love being right.
Yeah, I do concede that I tried to pick the contrarian pick. But to be fair, we did kind of point out before we went into this matchup what the path to victory was going to be for both players. And on the Sebastian side, we had talked about those early bonds, for example. He did find those. We also talked about bricked hands. We saw on that very first turn, Nika had a clunky exchange, was unable to get anything going because of the rip. So ultimately, Sebastian did everything he needed to win, got all of the breaks he needed, was incredibly well done.
Yeah, that was a fantastic match. I was thrilled watching that. Great play on all sides. Some really awkward hands for Nika there, but ultimately, you know, it turned out exactly how I thought it would in the end. Really, with those, Aelia doesn't want to block, and those super disruptive attacks that peel cards, peeling away everything that disrupts an arsenal. Knowing that the reacts are going to get around the red and the ledgers, so they are less threatening. I mean, just tremendous heads up play by Sebastian Kleiner. Congratulations. Very impressive. Derek, any final thoughts?
I'm just really impressed with Sebastian's play. I said before, I'm not surprised that his hero of choice or his favorite hero is Uzuri, because he played like an Uzuri player, just getting every inch out of the cards that were played. It's very easy to look at some of the attacks that he presented and think that they are just kind of at rate, right? But when you have things like Persuasive Prognosis, not only peeling cards from your opponent, but also gaining that life, right? We saw several times throughout that game where it would gain 1 life, gain 2 life. That starts to add up. You know, if you can turn a card that's a 0 for 3 into a 0 for 4 or into a 0 for 5, well, suddenly they go from, you know, being kind of mid to outstanding. That's exactly what Sebastian did throughout that. So very impressed with his play. Again, congratulations, Sebastian. You certainly earned it. You are the 2025 national champion of Germany for Flesh and Blood. And that is it for me as far as the broadcast goes. I guess another final thought I would have would just be, you know, a big thank you to White Rabbit Community Game Store, to Heiner, for allowing us to commentate on this broadcast. We were happy to participate. Yes, we had to wake up in the wee hours of the AM here in the United States, but I would do it again in a heartbeat. I love Flesh and Blood. I love Heiner. I love the community. So, you know, again, thank you for allowing us to be a part of this.
Yeah, if you've enjoyed our stupid banter, you can always find us on Flesh and Pod every Tuesday, just on any podcast platform and YouTube. On behalf of Premier Card Grading, on behalf of White Rabbit Community Game Store, thank you so much for watching the 2025 National Championship for Germany. We appreciate all of the views. We appreciate all the comments. We appreciate all of you. And we'll have to run it back sometime. What do you think, partner?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much for watching, and we will talk to you soon. Have a great day.